Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand with the visitors in the gallery? Please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Sparks will introduce the chaplain of the day.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Thank you, members. Members, I'm excited to host Pastor of the Day. Dr. Alfonso Gilbert works closely with men of valor. Dr. Alfonso Gilbert is a former Mexican gang member. Alfonso Gilbert now serves on staff at Men of Valor. He speaks in prisons across our great state. He has degrees in theology and leadership. He is also an adjunct professor at Grand Canyon Theological Seminary. Alfonso has served as lead pastor in San Diego and a teacher and a teaching pastor in large high-profile churches in Houston and Phoenix. He speaks broadly in church organizations across our country with a strong perspective on trauma, recovery, relational dynamics. Alfonso and his wife, Erica, have been married for 30 years with 4 adult children and 1 grandchild. They currently live in Nashville. Dr. Alfonso.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you. Your word says, in everything to give thanks, in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 at verse 18. Lord, we thank you for this great country that stands as a republic, as an example for the world to see. A republic, oh God, that defends freedom and justice and equality and democracy. God, we thank you for the great state of Tennessee that stands as a towering example of those virtues that we embody. And God, we thank you for our highly esteemed Governor Bill Lee. Lord, thank you for his exemplary leadership. Thank you, Lord, that he stands as an example of remarkable and impeccable leadership. Lord, may you continue to guide him. May you continue to provide him with wisdom and foresight for the challenges that we face every day. Father, we thank you for the representatives that stand here before you, for every honorable elected official. God, we ask that your hand would be upon them, that your grace and your mercy would be demonstrated to them. And God, may you grant them the ability to continue to govern and lead with courage. May you continue to grant them the wisdom and the prudence to lead our state well. And Father, may you grant them the ability to be empathic witnesses to the challenges that we face as Americans. And Father, we pray for the American people that they represent, for the challenges that we face. Father, we ask that you would continue to infuse every home with a sense of human dignity, with a profound sense of intrinsic value and purpose. Father, we ask that you'd continue to govern these people through the wisdom and the prudence of every person in office in this great state of Tennessee. And Lord, may you help us to continue to honor the great virtues of this country as you continue to walk beside her, as you continue to guide her. Lord, may you bless the United States of America in Jesus' name. And everyone says,
Representative Sparks will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, God, indivisible,
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 93 members present.
Let journal reflect Representative Grills is excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring. Representative Sparks.
Mr. Speaker, I request that Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Minister Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1053 by Representative Sparks, a resolution to honor and recognize men of valor. Whereas the members of this General Assembly take great pleasure in recognizing those estimable organizations that are devoted to improving the lives of the people in this state. And whereas one such organization is Men of Valor, which is committed to winning men in prison to Jesus Christ and discipling them. The organization's purpose is to equip men in prison to reenter society as men of integrity and become givers to the community rather than takers. And whereas Men of Valor knows the consistent encouragement, support, accountability, and training are the keys to shaping these men into productive, responsible citizens who become good husbands and fathers. And Men of Valor provides aftercare and reentry services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas Men of Valor aftercare reentry services are the reason that the recidivism rate for men who complete the entire one-year program has stayed at or below 15%. And whereas the organization can currently only provide enough resources for a limited number of men to receive the residential support they need to increase their chances of ongoing success, the Men of Valor campus, known as Valor Ridge, will allow the organization to work with many more men. And whereas Men of Valor hopes that one day every man who graduates from its prison program will have the opportunity to participate in its residential discipleship academy for 1 year as he prepares to positively impact his family, his community, and the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that we recognize and commend Men of Valor for its devoted service to families and communities throughout the nation, extending our deepest gratitude for the organization's important work and our best wishes for its continued success.
Representative Sparks.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've been wanting to quote Ronald Reagan since I heard Representative Afton Bain quote Reagan of the day. I was just waiting to quote him. And I appreciate you doing that, Afton. Ronald Reagan once said the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. We all should know what they are. He said, I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Government can't solve all the problems, folks. And I think even Afton knows that and others, respectively. But, you know, it's great when you see a return on the taxpayer's investment. When we leverage the faith-based communities, we leverage our NGOs. And I see the success when you turn a young man or an older man's life around and they're productive citizens, their fathers to their sons and their daughters, and sometimes their grandkids, because some of y'all have grandkids. But we know it's working. 1 in 10 kids in our state have an incarcerated parent, members. We have the 3rd highest rate of parental incarceration in the U.S. Man, that's not a good stat for Tennessee, for this great state. The average cost to house an inmate is getting close to $40,000 a year, Speaker, Leader, Whip. $40,000 a year. Prisons are expensive to build. Chairman Hazelwood, they're expensive to build. Juvenile correction facilities are expensive to build. Each month, 850 people are released from some sort of TDO custody. May I ask, what neighbor do you want than these guys to be your neighbor when only 15% return back to TOC's custody, costing us $40,000. I'm going to turn it over to the next speaker. Right behind me? Okay. Turn it over to this young man right here. Thank you so much.
He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and a privilege here to be with y'all today. My name is Mark Hodgin. I've had the privilege of being on staff with Men of Valor for the past 3 years. Men of Valor's come a long way since its inception 27 years ago. From a little spot inside the Davidson County Prison, now we have the representation inside of all Tennessee state prisons, also reaching thousands within the county jails. We also have an aftercare facility located here in Antioch where we can house 93 men directly out of incarceration. Furthermore, we have an aftercare facility in Knoxville housing an additional 30 men. We are dedicated to reconciling men in prison to God, their family, and society. We do so by means of 3 things: the gospel, safety, and time. When a man steps foot on our campus, they will hear nothing but the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. We put them through gospel-centered programming, touching on job readiness, fatherhood, finances, nutrition, anger management, relationship building, and many more. We believe in safety. Staff strives to make Men of Valor a campus where all men can thrive, free from drugs, free from violence, free from gangs, building lasting and rewarding friendships. And time. Our program is 1 year. No one woke up one morning and decided to break the law. These men have been riddled with abuse, neglect, pain, trauma. They have been raised in broken homes. This is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. MOV gives time and a place for these men to heal. We give the knowledge to change and grow. And we give and ask for forgiveness from those who hurt or those we have been hurt by. I came to Men of Valor as a volunteer over 3 years ago. Immediately, I felt the love of Christ, the warm embrace of a hug, and an honest and transparent community. I have not left since. Through the power of God, Men of Valor is changing lives. Pleased to present to you 2 of our phenomenal students, Mr. Ruche Spencer and Mr. Salathiel Williams.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure to stand here before you all today as a representative of Men of Valor. My name is Ruche Spencer, and I'm here to express my thoughts on creating more intensive programs for those who want and need structure to build a successful life on the outside. With the help of you all, I feel as though the programs that are modeled like Men of Valor program would give men who are incarcerated a chance and a purpose in life to renew their mindset and go back into society. I've been here at Men of Valor for almost 90 days. And in that time, I've been blessed with a job of waste management to start and build an opportunity for a career. Here's some information about me. I come from a single parent home who was blessed with a mother that worked hard and built her career in the medical field as a phlebotomist. Growing up, I was influenced by the ways of the streets, drug selling, and using. I chose to be a part of it because I never had my father in my life. For over 30 plus years, I was in and out of jails and prisons. My choice making come from lack of guidance. Today, God has given me this chance of redemption. With the help of Men of Valor, I now have hope, love for myself, and respect for others. Hopefully, as I continue this journey, I will be able to be a vessel for my community. Men of Valor has taught me responsibility, courage to do what's right, and most of all, structure to be a productive citizen that pays his taxes. I have survived gun violence. I have watched and lost friends and loved ones die from gun violence and drug overdose. With the help of you all, I feel as though positive structure and resources could help those repeated offenders. I plead with you all today for a more intensive program for men that is seeking help. Help us to be fishers of men and share a new life. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me. My name is Salathia Williams. I'm from Tipton County, Covington, Tennessee. I've been with Men of Valor for 3 months now. And in that time, I've been working my first job ever with Color Birds for a month now because of the opportunities that Men of Valor has provided for me. My journey started when I was expelled from high school, my senior year, with an opportunity to go to college with a full scholarship to Oklahoma State. From there, I got into drugs and ended up going to prison at the age of 18. So from 18 to 36, I've been in and out of prison. Upon my release, I was mandated to go to a halfway house, which I applied to 10 different halfway houses. I got accepted to Men of Valor, but people were telling me how strict their rules are, how I wouldn't make it in their program. So I started having doubts, and I didn't want to go. But they were my only choice, so I had to. But now looking back, that was only God putting me in a better situation. Because I know people and I have friends that have attended other halfway houses, and I feel that any other program would have been putting me back in the same situation with drugs. But the love, the support, and the motivation that I get from Men of Valor staff is hard changing. I know I can change, and to have people around me that push me and support me and also see the better man I can become is overwhelming. So please remember me because people can change. Thanks for having me.
Representative Sparks.
Speaker, I had Genevieve Turner. Where's Genevieve at? Oh, shit. I had Genevieve Turner on the radio with me last night, and I was talking about, do y'all have a lot of fights? I was just curious if they had a lot of fights. And in fact, I was asking his brother out here if he was scared to speak, and he said he wasn't. But I wondered if they had a lot of fights. She said, no, we've never had a fight. You never had a fight? I said, maybe the General Assembly could take some lessons from Men of Valor, okay? Anyways, proud to have them here. Speaker, if you can come down and get a photo with us, if you don't mind.
Representative Howell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the Sergeant of Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Howell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to introduce you to the Bradley Central High School Bearettes, the girls 4A state basketball champions for 2024. And by the way, they defeated Bartlett. Representative Leatherwood, I'm so sorry to tell you that, by a score of 58-43. More about that in a moment. But wait, there's more. This team is also the 2023 4A state champion, capping off a rare back-to-back championship season. But there's more. They also won the 2019 state championship, winning 3 out of the last 6 years, the 4A state championship, bringing it back to Bradley County. I'm so proud of these young ladies and their coaches. In fact, the Bearettes program has been to the state championship game 9 times, and they've won 8 of them. 5 of those championships, and I feel like I need to say something about him, 5 of those championships were under head coach, the late Jim Smitty, who stands alone as the winningest coach in the history of the sport with 1,217 wins, and he is enshrined in the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame. 3 of those championships were, of course, under the current head coach, Coach John Reuter, the tall one back here. You might guess that he also played basketball in his younger years. And he was recently inducted into the Southeast Tennessee Athletic Hall of Fame. And I'm believing that we're going to have a three-peat. And the reason for that is because we only have one graduating senior. Grace Phillips, where are you, Grace? Here's Grace. She's the only graduating senior. The rest of this team are juniors and sophomores. And the young lady who shot 29 points in the championship game against Bartlett, that's junior Harmony Ware. Junior Harmony Ware, raise your hand. Here she is. There she is. So she'll be back. She'll be back. 29 points. This is this program's second back-to-back state championship. Finishing this season with a 34-1 record and ranked 20th in the United States. And the team that beat them was the number 1 ranked team in the United States. It wasn't in Tennessee, by the way. Senator Raper, Representative Raper and Senator Lowe and I are very, very proud of this team's accomplishments. Also happy to have with us the principal of Bradley Central High School, Patrick Spangler. Where did Patrick go? There's Patrick, doing a great job as the principal. Our director of schools, who many of you know, Dr. Linda Cash, right here on the front row. And because of this great leadership that we have on the academic level, these girls are not only champions on the court, but they're champions in the classroom. This may surprise some of you, but the team GPA for this team of girls is 3.91. They are an outstanding group of young ladies. I had a chance to spend about an hour or so with them earlier today, showing them around the Capitol, giving them some of the history of this place where we do the people's business here in the People's House. And they were very interested in what we do here. And who knows, one or two of them may soon be coming up here to take my place. At this time, Mr. Speaker, would you recognize Coach Reuter?
Coach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you recognizing me. I'd like to thank Senator Adam Lowe, Representative Kevin Raper, and Representative Dan Howe for having us here today. Mr. Howe did a marvelous job of giving us a tour. He spent at least an hour showing us different parts of the Capitol. And of course, I've done this before, but these girls have never been here, and I think they're going to appreciate it even more as time goes on. But I think he stole my cliff notes there. He touched on a lot of things I was going to speak about. I'm not going to be repetitive, but I'm very proud of this group of girls. Obviously, I'm here because of the work they're doing, but you know, we were invited here because of a state championship, but Mr. Howell is right. What I'm more proud about is what we're doing off the court. We have a 3.91 GPA, and you've got girls here that, you know, we'll find out what kind of coach I am, Mr. Howell, when these kids go off and they're doctors and they're lawyers and they're teachers and they're, who knows, maybe even legislators. So I had one today that after we toured, she said, I'm going to be the governor here someday. So, but we're honored and no pressure. Did he mention a three-peat? Three-peat? Wow. Well, we got the talent to do it, and these girls have made me very proud, and I'm a blessed man to have the opportunity to coach them, and I've got the full support of my principal, Mr. Spangler, and Dr. Linda Cash. It's a pleasure to work at Bradley Central High School, and I'm proud to be a small part of it, and we're honored to be here, and we thank you guys for what you do every day. I know you don't hear that enough, but I want to thank you guys for what you do. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize Representative Raper?
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to be redundant, but I just want to say how proud I am that these local Bradley County girls have achieved at the highest level, not only academically, but athletically. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, they are great girls too. So character-wise, they're right up there. So thank you, ladies. You've done a great job and made us all proud.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize Senator Lowe?
Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enough's been said about how proud we are, and I will echo that. But what I'll say is thank you guys for taking a moment to recognize our pride for these young ladies. And let me just say the excellence that they have shown comes because they're part of excellent families in our district, and they have excellent educators and coaches who teach excellence and teach what it's like to give back. There's no doubt in my mind that these are the future leaders out of Bradley County. I love them. I love their families. And thank you guys for just taking a moment to recognize their achievement.
Mr. Speaker, would you join us in the well for a photo?
Representative Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant of Arms escort our guest into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guest to the well. Representative Littleton, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 927 by Chair Lady Littleton, a resolution commemorating the 45th anniversary of the enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act. Whereas Taiwan completed another successful presidential and legislative election on January 13, 2024, the country continues to contribute to international society as a responsible stakeholder, even under constant threat from China's encroaching on Taiwan's security and employing non-peaceful means to undermine Taiwan. And whereas this year marks the 45th landmark anniversary of the enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act, which has facilitated an even closer partnership on security, business, education, culture, and people-to-people exchanges between the United States and Taiwan. In 2023, Taiwan welcomed the largest number of U.S. official delegations ever, and whereas China repeatedly excludes Taiwan from the United Nations systems by constant distortion of UN Resolution 2758, as the resolution did not address the rise of representation of Taiwan and its people in the United Nations or any related organizations, nor did the resolution take a position on the relations between China and Taiwan, and whereas Taiwan is U.S. 9th largest trading partner and the U.S. is Taiwan's 2nd largest trading partner, and his estimated $160 billion trade amount in 2022. In June 2023, the U.S. and Taiwan signed the first agreement under the U.S.-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade, covering customs and border procedures, regulatory practices, and small businesses. Now, therefore, be resolved by the House of Representatives, the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we commemorate the 45th anniversary of the enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act.
Representative Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chairs of the Taiwan Caucus, Representative Jernigan and I would like to welcome District General Elliott Wang to the House floor. We would also like to thank him and Miss Ellie in the back for the nice reception that they had this afternoon. And I personally want to thank them for their hospitality a few years ago when I was honored to tour Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, could District General Elliott please say a few words?
He is recognized. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Speaker and the Taiwan Caucus co-chairs and all members of this chamber for your unwavering support and dedication to fostering Tennessee-Taiwan relations. So today, to receive this resolution on this very day, well, it's just like adding a little extra sugar to our sweet tea. Tennessee has seen remarkable economic growth recently. The automotive industry is thriving, with major players like Nissan and Volkswagen expanding operations. Additionally, the manufacturing sector is flourishing, attracting global giants like FedEx and Amazon. From the mountains to the Mississippi, Tennessee's economic success story is capturing attention far and wide. More than anything, Taiwan hopes to become a part of this vibrant economic landscape. Taiwan has just had a successful presidential and legislative election on January. This achievement transcends mere local success. Despite those authoritarian regimes have threatened not only Taiwan, but global stability. China has orchestrated persistent gray zone attacks, both preceding and following our election, from fighter jets incursions to economic coercion. and even the poaching of our diplomatic allies. But Taiwan's democratic processes have endured. This year marks the 45th anniversary of the Taiwan Relations Act. The US Congress took a bold step by passing this act back in 1979, solidifying the enduring partnership between our two countries, particularly in security, commerce, education, and culture. So as we commemorate this milestone, let's delve into the myriad untapped possibilities for even deeper collaboration. As we celebrate Tennessee's economic success and Taiwan's commitment to democracy, let's consider establishing a Tennessee Trade Office in Taiwan. Additionally, signing an education MOU focusing on the exchanges of Mandarin English language teachers and students will better educate our next generation to be global citizens. We also like to invite members of Tennessee State Assembly to join the Taiwan Caucus and possibly visit us in Taiwan to work with us even closer in the future. I want to thank you again for your hospitality and friendship. May the spirit of a Rocky Top guide us forward. Thank you.
Representative Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you join us in the well for a picture, please? And any of you that, and could I invite anyone that's in the Taiwan caucus or any other members that want to join us for the picture?
Welcome and honoring Representative Gillespie. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I could get everyone's attention, please. This week, or on Friday morning in Memphis, Memphis police officer Joseph McKinney gave the ultimate sacrifice for the citizens of Memphis and everyone here. And I'm not going to go into details here. You will hear plenty of that at another time from me and others. But right now, I'm just asking for you to keep his wife and his children and all the citizens of Memphis that are grieving from not just this loss, but many other losses in your thoughts and prayers and also in your actions. Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for one of my cousins who just lost her dad. And she's been around here working many years ago with Lois D. Berry and a few others, currently working at what we old folk call the Med, Old John Gaston Hospital. Her dad passed, Tish Towns. And I wanted to just ask for a moment of silence for that family, because as you know, those close ones we love hurt. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have a really somber, a sad note, and ask you to rise. Our Vice Mayor of the City of Knoxville, Andrew Roberto, and his beautiful wife, Sarah, lost their 21-year-old daughter, Kylie, yesterday. A tragic automobile accident. They're still, as you can only imagine, grieving. Just a beautiful young lady, beautiful family. So just ask you to keep them in your prayers as you go along your way. Just pray for that family as they're really dealing with this tragic event. So for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had two things really quick. I'd like to thank everyone who called, checked in on me, thoughts and prayers, text, and I really appreciate that. I'm feeling better. Glad to be back. Well, maybe it's a little early to say if I'm glad to be back or not, but thank you and I appreciate it. The second thing I like to do, I have, a lot of you always hear me talk about my mom, so I have the honor of having my mother's sister, my aunt, with me. She's here with me today. Her name is Jemana Muhammad. So thank you, and I appreciate you welcoming her to our house. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I too rise. Officer Joseph McKinney and the shooting that happened was in our district, was in District 86. And I do ask that we rise for him and his family, but for our community. We are suffering from and dealing with this epidemic in so many ways. And when we come up here week after week, the reality, I think, has to be addressed. The individual who had the firearm had at least once before been found with a Glock switch, which is some legislation that I brought this year to address the switches that are being attached to firearms. It's like we have a serious problem, and our law enforcement officers are having to deal with it, as well as the individuals who are in our communities. And so I ask that we keep Officer McKinney and his family in mind, and also keep our obligation and our responsibility to be preventative as well. Thank you.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I would ask that members would also rise as we remember Chazen Page, Tennessee State University football player who unfortunately was hit by a vehicle as he was on Gallatin Road and succumbed to his injuries later on and died. Let us keep Tennessee State's football team and the administrators and the students and Chazen Page's family in our prayers. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask we have a moment of silence for him. Amen.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like, if you would welcome my good friends from the Tennessee Faith and Freedom Coalition up here in the gallery, and certainly appreciate their work in combating the scourge of human trafficking. That's a good group of people up there, so please make them feel welcome.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Shaw and I would like to welcome some folks from Bolivar here today. We're here with a little bit more festive occasion. Today is my Aunt Brenda's 79th birthday, and she decided to come up here and spend the day and see what we do. She's accompanied by my first cousin, Keith Jackson, it's Aunt Brenda Jackson, and they're constituents of Representative Shaw from back in Bolivar. So we're really glad they're here.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to wish my son a happy 37th birthday, Kent Carringer. He has been the biggest blessing for the past 37 years on tax day that his dad and I could ever receive. So it's overshadowed that day. And also want to just say that my prayers are for Andrew Roberto's family. I've been good friends with him through the years and watched his daughters grow up. And I just want him to know that my heart and prayers are there with him and his family. Thank you.
Representative Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for everyone to make welcome Ken and Linda Fitzgerald's made the long trip from District 4. Please make them welcome.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, on Friday, I was privileged to go visit Eagle Pass, Texas. I went down to the Rio Grande to see what's happening for myself at the border. And I was with a number of other legislators from other states. And I want you to know that I saw some Tennessee guardsmen there, and of course, Texas guardsmen and Florida guardsmen. And I brought some pins from our supply of our Tennessee state flag. And I gave each one of them a pin. And I said, on behalf of the Tennessee General Assembly and the good people of the state of Tennessee, we thank you for your sacrifice. We know that you're away from your family, that this is dangerous work, that you'd probably rather be home, but we just thank you for all that you're doing. And I told them that we pray for them, and I know we all do individually pray for them. But Mr. Speaker, if we
can come back. Moment of silence. All right, moment of silence. Thank you. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to honor the more than 900 teachers, more than 500 staff, more than 13,000 students, more than 30,000 family members of the Maury County Public School System whose representative says you belong in a trash, who said that we should blow up public education when what we should be doing is build up public education. The people of Maury County Public Schools, these families deserve better. We honor you, we lift you up, and it's very unfortunate that the person who said this is also the sponsor of the voucher education legislation that's going to destroy our public school system. But we also want to thank him for being honest about the intention of this bill, which is to blow up our public education system when we should be building it up. I'm welcoming and honoring the representative. Well, I'm actually acknowledging him for being honest and thanking him for revealing and unveiling what vouchers are true.
You're under welcoming and honoring. Revealing is not welcoming and honoring. So if you want to stay under welcome and honoring, you can. But it needs to be welcome and honoring. Representative Jones.
Well, I just want to honor the people, the students, the families of Maury County Public Schools. You deserve better. You deserve a representative who will fight for you. And we're grateful for all the work that our teachers are doing in these public schools.
Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish a happy birthday to my assistant, Chelsea Rackley. She is also one of my former students. She was an excellent student. She came with me when I started 2 years ago, and she's doing an excellent job in the office. And so happy birthday to Chelsea Rackley.
Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And under actual welcoming and honoring, we have a birthday of a friend of ours that most of us know from Knoxville, Carrie Whitworth from the University of Tennessee, who works with the legislature very closely. It is her birthday today. Happy birthday, Carrie.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I stand with Fisk University board member Sam McKenzie as we congratulate Lebanon native Morgan Price, who became the first HBCU gymnast to win a national title. She scored 39.225 at the U.S. Gymnastics 2024 Women's Collegiate National Champion. Let's all give her a rousing applause for becoming the first HBCU gymnast. She's a native of Tennessee, everybody, from Lebanon. Congratulations, Morgan.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in just a quick follow-up to my colleague in regards to our public schools, our students are beginning their TCAP testing this week, and we want to keep them lifted up. We want to keep spreading positivity for our students in our public schools who have to take this test, and we're going to pray that they maximize their scores on these tests so we can show that our public schools are actually worthy, our students are actually worthy, and our parents and teachers and staff are actually worthy in our public schools. Go public schools, go students, win on TCAP.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rep just said part of what I wanted to say. So yeah, I also want to send out a message to the kids to do your best, but don't sweat over this test. A test is not who you are. And I talked to some kids earlier today, and they said one of the reasons they worry about their testing is they don't feel safe in their classrooms. So I hope this body will also do everything they can to make them safe from gun violence in their classrooms.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory memorializing.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory memorializing and allowing that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions line over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House bills 1006, or excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate bills 1692, 1952, 1969, 1971, 1984, 2048, 2139, 2182, 2215, 2229, 2253, 2299, 2304, 2507, 2508, 2547, 2610, 2630, 2654, 2689, 2763, 2782, and 2844 transmitted by the Senate be held at the desk playing third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Any objection has been filed.
Mr. Speaker, item 4, House Bill 2494 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 7, House Bill 1830 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 8, House Bill 2261 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 10, House Bill 1781 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. And item 21, House Joint Resolution 1353 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we are voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays, one present, I voted.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare consent calendar passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Call up first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1640 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to mental health.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 1640 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 2, filed as House Amendment 3.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 3. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have all spoken many times about the violence that has plagued our states, with the individuals that have been let out of jail that should have remained in, about those with severe mental health issues or have committed crimes who get their hands on dangerous weapons and then use them against our citizens. We have all called for action on that, and there are multiple bills moving through this body that would do so. This bill absolutely will save lives in the great state of Tennessee. I will tell you that Jillian Ludwig's family is here with us today. They're in the balcony right here. You'll hear more about them in a moment, and you'll hear more about a wonderful, wonderful young lady whose life was cut short, and it was preventable. Chairman Williams will talk about Jillian in a moment, but this bill, if someone is not competent to assist in their own defense, they have lawyers that either appointed or hired by them, they have doctors that evaluated them. Everyone in the courtroom knows in these circumstances that the person has either severe mental health issues or combined with developmental disabilities, and they cannot assist in their defense. And yet right now under the current law, we let them just walk right out the door of the jail or the courthouse to go out there and endanger our streets. It is not right, and we have an opportunity to change that today. This bill will create a rebuttable presumption that if someone is not competent, if a judge finds after hearing the evidence in open court that someone is not competent to assist in their defense, then that person will be committed and they will no longer be able to possess or purchase a firearm, period. If they ever regain competency, then that would be lifted from them, their rights could be restored, and their charges could move forward. But as long as they are not competent to even talk to their lawyer about their case, they're going to go to inpatient treatment. If ever they are safe to be let out of inpatient treatment, there will be mandatory outpatient treatment. And the funding is provided for in this bill, and hopefully in the budget that we will be passing to actually effectuate that. We don't want empty promises or bills that are not actually going to create change. We want a bill that's actually got teeth in it and the funding to actually do something about it. Because if this bill had been on the books a year ago, many of you probably would have never heard the name Jillian Ludwig, because she'd still be in school at Belmont and her parents would not have come all the way to Tennessee to see that justice be done on a man who should have been in jail instead of killing their baby girl. With that, Mr. Speaker, I stand ready for questions.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Johnson of Knox, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really do appreciate the vast majority of this bill. I think it's a good bill, especially the mental health portion, because there is a place for folks to go that have those mental health issues. My concern is still, and my constituents in the field of intellectual disabilities are concerned that mental health care does nothing to help those with intellectual disabilities. And currently in the state of Tennessee, it is impossible to find placement or places for those who are intellectually disabled. And the fear of them just being locked up in the jail without the services they need is a concern. And I think we talked about this in committee. There's a fiscal note and all of that. But I guess my concern is getting the cart before the horse, where, I just want to make sure that those folks with intellectual disabilities, if they are put into jail, that they are going to receive the services they need, because it will be a very unsafe place for someone who could be such a victim to be. And so can you tell us anything about what is available now, what is coming for those with intellectual disabilities?
Leader Lamberth.
So on that note, Jason Turner Has a criminal history. It's 36 pages long. He had 91 cases dismissed, and in 29, he was found guilty of low-level crimes. I can go over and over and over all of his crimes, but I will say this: he was a danger to every single person in Nashville. And I stand with you to say, look, we want to make sure that the facilities are there for those with intellectual disabilities and with mental health issues. But I am not willing to stand by and wait 1 second longer to let those folks just roam the streets and murder and hurt people here in Tennessee. And I hope you will stand with me and support this bill, because we have got to force this conversation. We have got to say, look, these folks are going to be incarcerated or in inpatient treatment. And if they are developmentally disabled, we have facilities for that. The problem is we're not getting those folks in there. They need help. They don't need to be a danger to themselves or others. They need help. This bill absolutely forces that conversation. And at the same time, it will make sure that folks like Mr. Turner here, who was charged with felony aggravated assault. I mean, I go through his entire history, but he got let out over and over and over and continued to commit violent crimes. I'm not going to just stand by and wait until he kills somebody like Jillian Ludwig. Or, I mean, I get it, okay? But we've got to act. And this bill stops it and forces that conversation. I'm not willing to wait. That's all I have to say to that.
Representative Johnson.
Well, thank you for that. And I don't know the history or what the diagnosis was for that particular perpetrator. But what I'm saying, it sounds like you're saying until their facility's built, there's no placement. And what I'm asking you is, will they be able to be given what they need in a jail facility? I know there's a fiscal note. So is that going to be available to the first person that comes in, whenever it is?
Leader Lambert.
Yes, that's why the fiscal note includes that money in there. I mean, there's several $1 million that are allocated out of the state budget here for that, because we just can't wait. We've been asking them to do this for years. Now we're making them do it. Where if there's somebody that's in that position and they're not competent to assist in defense, obviously they're a danger. And so that person, it's a rebuttable presumption. They don't absolutely have to put them in, but in most cases they will. But it forces that very conversation that you and I want to have happen out there, but it provides the funding for that placement too. So the short answer is yes.
Representative Johnson.
So those that go into the jail, there's something they can do where they are immediately, if that were to happen tomorrow, after the bill becomes effective.
Leader Lambert.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Lambert, we talked about this in subcommittee, a little bit about my concerns of a person having been rehabilitated, and I thank you for the funding set aside for mental health. And we talked about what it would take for a person to be re-entered back into society after they've been treated. Can you talk to a little bit about that? And then I have a follow-up question on your second amendment.
Leader Lambert.
And I'm sorry, so are you talking about if someone were to regain competency, what would happen with their case? Their case would then restart in the court system, because it never truly goes away. It's like the entire process is paused because they're not competent to assist. And so how can a lawyer have a hearing have a preliminary hearing or a motion or a jury trial when their client can't even talk to them about their case? So we are talking about folks. We're not talking about folks that are suffering from depression or bipolar or some other, mental incapacity. We're talking about folks that their mental health or developmental disabilities have degraded so far that their lawyer can't even talk to them about the case. And so most of these people were never regained competency. But if they did, then their case would restart in the system.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On your second amendment, amendment number 2, you changed the language in subsection 13 from immediate to imminent. Could you clarify what it is you're doing there?
Leader Lambert.
They just made it match other bills that are moving through right now. That seems to be the standard language that we're going to.
Leader Camper.
Okay, all right, okay, I understand. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like some of my other colleagues, I applaud you. This is going in the right direction. And like you said, if we'd have had this law on the book, or a red flag law, or an ERPO, or a temporary transfer law, the same result we would have today. But again, I applaud you. We're heading in the right direction. And like you said, I'm not willing to wait any longer. I'm sick of people dying in this state. So you're taking a good step in the right direction. Once you take a couple of more steps toward sensible gun laws, and I'll take a couple of more steps towards you, and we can get something done by the end of this session, save some more lives in this state. But you're doing something right now I never thought you'd do. This takes guns out of people's hands. This guy never should have had a gun, bottom line. So the people who don't need guns, we need to make sure they don't have guns. And the only way we're going to do it is by us passing laws in here that give the law enforcement the right to take them away from them. Thanks.
Leader Lambert.
So we served together 12 years. I've been consistent the entire time. If somebody has been mentally incapacitated and they've been, put into a mental institution, especially involuntary commitment, or if they've been convicted of a felony, then yes, they lose their Second Amendment rights. In fact, my entire caucus has been consistent on that. So let's join together on this bill, and let's have fights on other bills another day. But this is a good step toward making this entire state safer. And again, we can have fights on lots of other issues. I just ask that if we all support this legislation with the Ludwigs here and everything else, let's just support it, and then let's fight about the other stuff on the other bills.
Representative Mitchell.
We're not fighting about it, but some of us, this is the only time we actually get to speak on those other subjects, because we get shut down in your committee system where 7 bills may not have even got to be spoke 3 seconds about. So no, nobody's fighting with you about this. I applaud you for this, but we need to do more. We know we need to do more, but you don't know all the time that someone is mentally ill. Maybe if we had like a 3-day waiting period or something like that, we would catch even more mentally ill people that were off their medicine maybe before they got a firearm. Or we would catch that domestic abuser who in the heat of the moment went to go buy a gun and had it in an hour, but maybe in 3 days, he would have cooled off a little bit. Maybe if we would pass where people could voluntarily put themselves on a registry in this state that are mentally ill, they couldn't get a gun to harm themselves or others. So there's so many other things we could do that are sensible, that no law-abiding citizen, no gun owner in this state has a problem with. The only people who have a problem with most of these suggestions are in this room, unfortunately. But let's do more to save Tennesseans' lives. This is a good bill. Again, I applaud you for it, but we can do more. We're better than this.
Leader Lambert.
It'd be nice if just once on this floor, I brought a bill that was a good step forward, and some of my members in this, some of my colleagues in this body just stood up and said, you know what? Let's take a good step together and show folks in Tennessee how we can join together and actually make this state safer. If we did that more often, maybe we would get more done on this issue instead of just pontificate about it. Because this is the step that I took. This is the bill that I filed. This is the family that I'm fighting for.
Those in the balcony on my left, that's your first warning. Another disruption, you're gone. Representative Mitchell.
And don't act like I don't care about that family. They shouldn't be here in the first damn place if anybody in here would have acted last year when we were in session doing something. No, you started it. You're acting like you're the only one who cares in here. Do something. Do something other than just... No, he's not cutting my mic off because you don't like what I'm saying, because it's a truth. Oh,
Representative Williams.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. I want to take an opportunity to thank Leader Lambert for his work on this legislation. I know it's a very difficult discussion, and we're going to have more of those discussions, but I did want to take the time before it kind of got untenable. We have in the room today guests of Leader Lambert and I. To my right are a group of Belmont students that are here today to support one of their classmates. It's unfortunate they have to be here today, but over here on my left, if you guys will stand up, this is Matt and Jessica Ludwig and their 2 younger boys. And their 2 younger boys, Trevor and Shane. And then behind them to the left is Eddie, one of Jillian's friends, and Livia, which is Jillian's roommate, and her boyfriend, Thomas. And so we want to thank them. Obviously, we've shared a lot of time together, and it's unimaginable, really, the grief and the pain that you've experienced. This bill is being named in your daughter's honor because, like you, we want to be able to extend her legacy and make sure that other families in this state don't ever have to experience the pain that you guys have been. We love you, and we really appreciate y'all coming from New Jersey. I know it's a lot of travel, but I also want to thank the Belmont staff, too, for their love and support of you guys as well. Jillian was a beacon of light in her community, not just in New Jersey, but here in Nashville. She came here as an aspiring musician, wanted to work in the music industry, but all along the way, even at a young age, she would volunteer her time, teach music lessons and singing. She had an incredible voice. If you wanted to search online, you could find some music that was produced by her, but it's our desire in this body to make sure that her legacy lives on and that we honor in this way. And we're just very thankful that the Ludwigs could be here today. And we obviously love and support y'all. Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for recognizing this family. And there's 7 million Tennesseans that are counting on us to do this one bill at a time, one idea at a time, one vote at a time. Let's make progress on this bill and ensure that if someone is not competent to assist in their own defense, surely to goodness we can all come together and support this bill.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 74, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1640 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, 4 present, unvoted.
House Bill 1640, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 1027 by Chairman Williams and others, a resolution to honor the memory of Jillian Ludwig.
Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 1027.
Chairman Williams moves adoption. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask the clerk to read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1027 by Chairman Williams, a resolution to honor the memory of Jillian Ludwig. Whereas the members of this General Assembly were greatly saddened to learn of the untimely and tragic death of Jillian Ludwig, and whereas Jillian Ludwig was an extraordinary young woman whose radiance and talent were only surpassed by her kindness and consideration for others and the joy she brought to all who had privilege of knowing her. And whereas a 2023 graduate of Wall High School in Wall Township, New Jersey, Jillian Ludwig moved 900 miles from home to pursue her love of music at Belmont University. And whereas Miss Ludwig was a freshman majoring in music business at Belmont, and from a very young age, she found and gave joy through music. While starting with vocal instruction, she learned to play various instruments, including saxophone, oboe, piano, guitar, and bass. And whereas she sang and served as a cantor for years at St. Mark's Church in Seagirt, New Jersey, and also sang and played guitar with the music ensemble of the Church of Brill. And whereas Jillian Ludwig was very involved with Lake House Music Academy in Asbury Park, New Jersey, singing and playing guitar and bass with multiple bands, as well as teaching young music students. She also played both solo and with her bands in many local spots around her hometown, including the Stone Pony, Asbury Lanes, the Count Basie Theater, along with some gigs in New York City. And whereas dedicated to helping others in 2022, Miss Ludwig initiated a service project called Playing It Forward, in which she would play her music at local establishment and events and donate all tips proceeds to various organizations that help other musicians in need, including children with inadequate access to instruments and music education. And whereas Jillian Ludwig was a young woman full of enthusiasm, compassion, and love, in her short 18 years, she made a remarkable impact on countless people, and her spirit will continue to bring light to the world. And whereas it is fitting that this General Assembly should pause to remember the life of this exceptional young woman who has passed from our lives in the full bloom of youth and promise, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor the memory of Jillian Ludwig, reflecting fondly upon her impeccable character and her stalwart commitment to living the examined life with courage and conviction. Be it further resolved that we express our deepest sympathy and offer our condolences to the family of Miss Ludwig.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask, because the members are gathering here, that all those in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors. I would, if that's
Without
possible.
objection, just exclusion duly noted. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to re-recognize the family up here, and their desire really is to, and our desire really is to honor Jillian and her legacy. It's very, very difficult, I know. So I think that's what you guys wanted, and so I'm not going to muck it up. So, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Ludwig family, your baby girl's life matters. There are so many folks that we've lost in this state. I visited with y'all, and you sent your little girl off to another state, and you hoped it was safe. Her life matters, and we are working to make sure this state is safer every day. But we honor your little girl at this time, knowing that you will hurt every day from your life forward. But know that our prayers are with you, and you will be in our thoughts, even when you may have forgotten all of our names. And your little girl, that's all I know how to say it. Her life matters to us, and we honor her today and y'all.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor, House Joint Resolution 1027, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
House Joint Resolution 1027, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it adopted without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2954 by Representative Hardaway and others relative to insurance coverage for prostate cancer screenings.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2954 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hardaway moves passes. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Kumar moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hardaway, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask that you recognize my co-prime, Representative Sam Whitson.
Representative Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to be up here today with my good friend from Shelby County, Representative Hardaway, to talk about prostate cancer. Over 750 Tennesseans will die this year from prostate cancer. They'll diagnose over 6,000 with that disease. If it's caught early in stage 1, it's 100% survivable. If it drops down later on, it's only 30% survivable. I remember when I was in the Army, 2 of my officers, one was 38 and one was 40. They went for their flight physical. They found out they had prostate cancer through this PSA screening. To all the men in here, it's important for you to know what your PSA numbers are. It's absolutely critical, regardless what age you are. For the ladies in here, it's for your dad, your husband, your sweetheart. It's important they know what their PSA numbers are. 4 years ago, my PSA was at a 1, and it slowly went up over a few years to a 3. The doctor says, well, we don't do a biopsy until it hits 5. Well, I went in for my biopsy when it was just a little over 3, and I had prostate cancer. My dad had prostate cancer, and that makes family members, the rate goes up if your dad or brother had prostate cancer. So fortunately, mine was caught plenty of time, but I'm telling you, it's so important, and that's why I appreciate Representative Hardaway carrying this bill today. And we're joined from other members up here that fully support this PSA screening that will save lives of Tennesseans and will save your life if you know what your numbers are.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Whitson. Just a couple of notes. And he's covered a couple of these. In 2024, an estimated 6,150 men in Tennessee will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and 750 will die. African-American men in the United States have among the highest documented prostate cancer rate in the world. And their cancer deaths are one of the greatest mortality disparities in oncology. Additionally, having a first-degree relative, father or brother, with prostate cancer more than doubles the risk of developing the disease. The risk is even higher for those with several affected relatives. Father, brother, and relatives, I'm in that category. This bill will eliminate cost sharing for PSA screenings for men at high risk for the disease, which will reduce financial barriers, increase access, and ultimately save lives. That father will get a chance to go to that graduation, to walk his baby girl down the aisle. That mother will have a chance to sit with that father and experience retirement together. There's so many experiences that men are not going to be able to fulfill simply because we're stubborn. Get checked and live. Get checked and give peace of mind, not only to yourself, but to your family.
Do you renew your motion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, rather, I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2954 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Sparks, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
House Bill 2954, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2398 by Representative Harris and others, Road to School Safety. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2406.
Representative Harris moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2406 without objection. So ordered. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2406 on third and final consideration.
Representative Harris moves passage of Senate Bill 2406 on third and final consideration. Second, Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 2 decades, 49 school shootings have been reported in Tennessee, resulting in 27 injuries and 12 deaths. House Bill 2398 would require that local law enforcement officials be added to the local LEA's district-wide school safety team and the local building level school safety teams, and must annually review the school plans of the districts and the schools to enable greater preparedness in the event of a school incident, allowing for a better and quicker response. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Harris renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to previous request.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2406, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 2406, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1832 by Representative Freeman relative to automatic renewal of subscription services. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1894.
Representative Freeman moves substitute form Senate Bill 1894, probably seconded without objection to order. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1894 on third and final consideration.
Representative Freeman moves passage of Senate Bill 1894 on third and final consideration. Probably second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Vaughn.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to roll this to the hill, but we stand in support of the untimely filed amendment by the sponsor.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Freeman. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a consumer protection bill, and as the bill was drafted originally, there was some concern that it wasn't clear who the relationship was with between the consumer and the person billing. And so this language adds one sentence that says the entity with direct billing relationship with the consumer. And with that, I move for consideration of amendment number 3.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote yes when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 86, 5 nays.
In accordance to Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 prevails. Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of amendment number 3.
Representative Freeman moves adoption of amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this came through our committee, but the question I had was on the amendment. You were talking about the relationship between, would you go into detail about that a little bit more, why that amendment was necessary?
Representative Freeman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So I'm just going to explain the bill so we all have some context of what we're talking about, and then I'll get into it. I had a constituent that called me that was concerned that they had an online service called them and charged them with a teaser rate of $2 that auto-renewed, and it auto-renewed at $40. They didn't remember making that arrangement, couldn't find out how to get out of it. And so what this bill does is it begins with, you have to get affirmative consent when you sign up for the service. If the service was a teaser rate and or lower than a discounted rate, lower than the normal charge, and this service will be charged again 60 days after the initial arrangement made, then the person charging them will have to get send them an email letting them know. And what this does is it identifies who that entity is that will have to send that. And so the entity is with direct billing relationship to the consumer must provide a clear and conspicuous notice to the consumer of when the business will charge the consumer for automatic renewals and or continuous service. And it just clarifies who that relationship is. I felt that it was clear before, but I had a couple of people ask the question, and this was a solution they put forth.
Representative Powers.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too have had this problem with subscriptions in the past. It makes it very difficult for them to stop. They'll get into you for $400, $500, $600, and you call and try to get it to stop. It does not stop, and we need to do something about it because you forget about it. Okay, when you did it automatic, that's the reason I'm really totally against automatic anything now. I don't let you take out one penny. So thank you for the bill.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move question on the amendment.
Question's been called on the amendment. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, 2 nays.
Receiving constitutional majority, amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the Hill Amendment 2 by Chairman Vaughn.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've explained what the bill does, and I'll renew my motion.
Representative Freeman renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1894 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 86, 7 nays, 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1894, received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsidered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2230 by Representative Love, relative to the Reverend Kelly Miller Smith Senior Week of Service. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2006.
Representative Love moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2006 without objection. So ordered. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2006 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 2006 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Reverend Kelly Miller Smith Sr. Was former pastor of First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill, and he was very instrumental in establishing the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and also to establish the Nashville Christian Leadership Council in Nashville, Tennessee. He was a contemporary of Reverend James Lawson and Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. He also was contemporary of a lot of our civil rights leaders here in Nashville and across the state. This bill simply creates a week of service in his honor. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2006, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, one nay.
Senate Bill 2006, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most considered taken. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 854 by Representative Hill, a resolution to designate August 11th, 2024 as Sheriff Eddie Tester Day.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 854.
Representative Hill moves adoption. Following second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Joint Resolution 854 requesting that August 11th, 2024 be designated as Sheriff Eddie Tester Day. I'd like to take a moment to talk about my friend Eddie. Eddie was the type of person who did not care what he was doing as long as he was serving. And in many ways, he lived the American dream, seeking only to serve his community. He started out as a CNA at Mountain City Care Center. He later became a dispatcher and a deputy for Johnson County Sheriff's Department. He served in the Tennessee Highway Patrol for 18 years. And upon retirement from the state, Eddie was elected sheriff in 2018 and reelected in 2022. In the meantime, he served on the Johnson County Rescue Squad as an EMT and later as a paramedic. And what did he do in his free time, you might ask, Mr. Speaker? He volunteered his time with the Trade Volunteer Fire Department. And I'm bringing this resolution not only to bring comfort to his wife of 35 years, Brenda, but as a testament that when our servant leaders pass, there's an absence that we should all reflect on in his life of service, stands as an example to us all. August 11th, 2024 will mark 1 year since the passing of Sheriff Eddie Tester, and I believe that's something should be honored. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hill renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
First of all, thank you, Representative Hill, for honoring the Tester family and their memories. It's great that we get the opportunity to do that. But is this your first bill upon your return?
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my first resolution upon my return. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Vaughn.
Duly noted. I like how you decided to take a spin with the training wheels on first time out. Took you a little bit of time to shake the rust off, and we're glad, though, that you have done so, sir, because you're a valued member of our body. And let me just be the first to say on the amplified microphone that we're glad you're back. You have a lot to offer, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 854 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
House Joint Resolution 854 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 3000 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to the imposition of motor vehicle privilege taxes in Cheatham County.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 3000 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill changes the previous Cheatham County Private Acts. It had been since 1967, 68, since it's been updated. Sometime in 1972, there was a charter of 209, and both as amended are various supplement private acts. With that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 3000 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 12 nays, 4 present, not voting.
House Bill 3000 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2103 by Chairman Howell relative to voting regulations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2046.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2046. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2046 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 2046 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2103 addresses a problem that arose in January of this year following a high wind and snow event. There was severe damage to the Fort Loudon Marina in Lenoir City. The damage was such that it presented a real safety issue for the teams of workers and the divers and the salvage operators trying to safely remove the debris from the waters. Also, the wakes from the boats caused additional oil and gas spills from the marina, and there were some near misses from those workers who were in the water. If approved, this legislation would give the executive director of TWRA the ability to declare a special temporary no-wake zone should a major event like that happen in the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2046 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 2046 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2897 by Chairman Kumar and others relative to prescription drugs. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2274.
Chairman Kumar moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2274. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of Senate Bill 2274 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage of Senate Bill 2274 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we know that prescription drug prices are always rising, but the situation is really even more complicated. There are many players in the game, including big pharma, PBMs, insurance companies, pharmacies, and of course, our hometown pharmacist. The patient is at the mercy of these forces. Fortunately, the hometown pharmacist has the software and the knowledge to tell us when a less expensive alternative is available. Senate Bill 2274, as amended, asks the pharmacist to make reasonable effort to discover and confirm if a more reasonable price is available for a prescription. They will also advise the customer if that they need to inform the insurance company to get credit towards their deductible. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the bill. I did have a question. As originally drafted, this would have required, but now it just encourages. Is that right? Because I agree with you 100%. And anything we can do to save the consumer money by having this option of generic drugs is wonderful. I just wish we had a little bit more teeth to this. So could you explain the reasoning behind making that change?
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we realize that the problem is really caused by people other than our local pharmacist, And because of certain actions on part of the insurance companies, as well as the big pharmacy chains, some of which are owned by insurance companies, we're leaning on the hometown pharmacists to perform this function. This is something that they are doing already in most cases. This formalizes and encourages them further, but we did not want them to hold responsible and open them to liability.
Representative Powell.
So if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is some of these large pharmacies actually also own the insurance companies, and so they are incentivized to make the consumer or have the consumer pay more and not offer that generic option or tell them about that. Is that correct? Because that's definitely problematic, and I think all of us should be concerned about that and take a look in the future.
Chairman Kumar.
Yes, you're correct in that because of the relationship between a pharmacy chain and an insurance company that might own them. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2274, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, one nay.
Senate Bill 2274, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 133, but Leader Lambert and others relative to elections. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the substituting form to Senate Bill 145.
Leader Lambert moves substituting form Senate Bill 145. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage for Senate Bill 145 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage of Senate Bill 145 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as to Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, very straightforward bill. Same 60 days to pick up petitions to run for public office. It just shifts it forward a month. So you pick up first week of January, it's due back second Tuesday in March instead of the first week in April the way it is now. Just shifts it up. It allows for our local election commissions to be able to get the ballot. They're not quite as compressed on time as far as getting the ballot out there. Both parties now have some challenge procedures that they go through. That's kind of built in a little more time. And we always get up on this kind of a deadline for your local election commissions to get their absentee ballots ready, their military ballots ready, and everything else. And it's just created kind of a crunch for them. So moving this back a month, again, same amount of time for everybody to be able to sign in, the same amount of time to go get you 25 signatures and all that kind of stuff or more, but it moves it all up 1 month. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lambert renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And these changes that happen to election laws, it takes time for individuals who are either running or county commissions or election commissions who are dealing with these processes and the staff to sort of adjust. And so recognizing a challenge of changing things consistently and the problems that presents. The question that I have is in the conversation that you've had with election commissioners, as you've articulated here, have they in the past been unable or is this something unable to actually meet the requirements of making sure absentee ballots are prepared or sent out, or the candidates' information is being filed properly? Not only has it been challenges, but have they not been able to do sort of the job that we think that they are supposed to be doing under the way the law is currently written?
Leader Lambert.
Yeah, so look, I'm not casting stones at them or anything else. They've been able to do it, but it's just getting very difficult on them to get it done in time to get that ballot ready. This just gives them a few extra weeks. And so it literally just makes their job a little bit easier, make sure they get it all done properly, and they're not in such a time crunch. In my conversation with them, I mean, it has created a real crunch.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if you spoke with folks in Shelby County about this. I hadn't gotten any information from any of the board members or the election commission that this was a problem that this would be a resolution for, or that they were sort of in this crunch that you were mentioning. And so I don't know if this is I don't know the reality of the challenges that you're articulating, because our commission's been doing a pretty good job on this. And so again, I'm weary of changing sort of rules as it relates to our elections that could create more stumbling blocks and hurdles rather than potential solutions.
Leader Lambert.
Again, same 60 days. It's just moving it up a few weeks, a couple of weeks. It's actually more like 3.5 weeks, I guess. And so we're literally just shifting it back a little bit. So it's not a big overhaul or anything like that. It's just a little bit more time for them.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Leader Lambert.
Would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment to try to alleviate that problem? Anyone with 20 years or more service in the House, they get a waiver on the 25 signatures. It's just a thought. Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Well, I'd hate to amend it at this point, but I will tell you, we might even have a member in this chamber that's been at it for 30 years or more. So we could have a more detailed amendment if you really wanted one. But at this time, we probably ought to leave it alone, just run the bill as is. But I appreciate the suggestion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 145, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 80, 14 nays.
Senate Bill 145 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2697 by Chair Lady Moody, relative to employment benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2655.
Chair Lady Moody moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2655 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2655 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Moody moves passage of Senate Bill 2655 on third and final consideration. Second, Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, this was passed last year, that was giving paid eligible employees of our public schools paid parental leave. What we left out, we just said public schools. It was supposed to include charter schools, which are public schools. So this bill is simply clarifying that the qualified charter school employees are included in this paid parental leave. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2655, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote and member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 2655, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2346 by Chairman Reagan, relative to higher education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2109.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2109, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2109 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 2109 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 2 by Chairman Reagan. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when we passed the Focused Act back in 2016, we removed 6 universities from the Tennessee Board of Regents oversight. The creation of these locally governed institutions did not anticipate the possibility of a university board of trustees dissolution. Obviously, that was a mistake on our part. Precedent and protocol dictate that upper leadership replacement, and when we cannot do that as quickly as we did recently, this bill will transfer the management and oversight duties of a university with a vacated board to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. This transfer does not allow THEC to change functions specified in the bill. THEC's role exists only until a university board is reconstituted. And as a point of emphasis, I will cite Tennessee Constitution Article 1, Section 20, that nothing in this bill is going to violate the law impairing an obligation of contracts which shall not be made. Pardon me. No retrospective law or law impairing the obligations of contracts shall be made. This does not impair contracts that are in existence at the time a board is vacated. With that explanation, I renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sponsor, just want to make sure we had an amendment that put the faculty member of the state board as a voting member for a moment on there. I think it's traveling with it. Is that what the Senate also passed?
Chairman Reagan.
That's my understanding, sir.
Representative Love.
Thank you.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2109 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 2109, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1783 by Chairman Reagan, relative to the provisions of the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1640.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1640, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1640 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 1640 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Reedy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the annual rule omnibus bill, which many of you have seen on the consent calendar a number of times. However, when amendments are put on the bill, it must be presented on the floor. There are 2 amendments related to this bill in that we are amending out the Board of Pharmacy's rules, which did not pass the Joint Committee's review. With that explanation, I renew my motion and will answer any questions.
Chairman Reagan renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's related to the Board of Pharmacy portion of this legislation. Could you articulate just a little bit further what is happening with these rules and what it means for this legislation? It says that these rules, Board of Pharmacy Rule 11400701, they're going to all expire. Are there new rules that have been promulgated that address the issues of these?
Chairman Reagan.
If I understood your question, sir, I can answer it simply and straightforward. The Joint Committee reviewed those rules and determined that they did not belong in the rule changes that were before us.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And so those rules, they're going to go away or they're going to stay as they are?
Chairman Reagan.
The rules that were proposed go away, but any rules that were in place prior to this remain.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1640 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Senate Bill 1640 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2308 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to the use of buprenorphine products. Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 2297.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2297, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2297 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2297 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law prohibits a hospital outpatient clinic from being able to use nurse practitioners to enroll patients into its own clinic that prescribes buprenorphine for substance abuse. And in practice, this means that patients are held in inpatient rooms of hospitals far longer than they need to be. Because the way current law is worded, hospitals and their attached outpatient clinics are not able to obtain licensure as an OBOT facility. This bill would create new requirements for hospitals wanting to use nurse practitioners as part of their opioid abuse clinics to see patients in both the inpatient room as well as their attached outpatient clinic. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion and ask that everybody be sweet because my family's in the gallery.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
I'm gonna be sweet and let this bill pass without questions, but the next one, I got some.
All right. Any further discussion? Representative Mitchell.
I call question on the bill.
Question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2297, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 5 nays.
Senate Bill 2297 having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2369 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to first responders. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2205.
Chairman Vaughn moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2205 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 2205 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2205 on third and final consideration. Property second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of you may remember, we had a very spirited debate a few years back when we removed the residency requirements of first responders in Shelby County. We were trying to do it statewide at that time. There were some complications with that. Those complications have been worked out. And so now this bill will remove residency requirements across the state. But I had a great question from Representative Shaw in local full. And what this does not do, it deletes sections of code, but what it does not delete is the following. This subsection does not affect a local agency's policies regarding the use of a department vehicle while on duty, or that required responses by employees who, based upon their assignment, are required to respond to an emergency or call within a specific time period. So those two things are left in place. What we did was we basically made discrimination against where a person may live for first responders. We removed it from across the state. And with that, sir, I'll answer any questions. I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, this was a significant issue in Shelby County. I think a number of reasons why people wanted to ensure that first responders, law enforcement officers, and others lived in the counties where they were working was to ensure that they were proximate to the people, that they were not going into the counties as some type of overseer to ensure that the place gets improved. It was intended when this happened in Shelby County, colleagues, that more people from other places would actually come and work in Shelby County to fix some of the hiring issues that we were said to have had. Since this happened in Shelby County, we have had still the same hiring problems. This is not a solution to any challenge as it relates to first responders in our county or any of the other counties in our state. It's deeply problematic that we're taking away local government's abilities across this state. Obviously, I represent Shelby County, upset that it happened to us, and now this type of legislation of overreach is going to be happening in your communities if you move this forward. This is not, as I understand it, a permissive bill. Is that correct, sponsor?
Chairman Vaughn.
No, what we were doing is we're removing their ability to discriminate against employment hiring practices. Yet if your local jurisdiction wants to engage in incentive hiring, we do not speak to that in this bill. So if somebody wanted, as opposed to saying you have to live in our community to accept this job, this says we're not going to consider where you live when we declare you qualified for this job. But if they want to offer incentives for someone to live in their community, that would be the way that you handle this situation.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, sponsor. And I understand that, the idea that you might incentivize people. But if you are Memphis Police Department, I would very much like for you to be in Memphis. If you are Shelby County Fire Department, I would very much like for you to be in Shelby County. Again, it was initially thought that this would help with some hiring problems. That has not been resolved. And we are proof of concept that this legislation and its overreach does not fix the problems that were articulated. And to the point that the sponsor mentioned, is not permissive, which is also deeply troubling, considering that I believe this went through local government, and a lot of the bills that I see through that committee, it says, with local approval. If 2/3 of the commission, if 2/3 of the council support this legislation, then it is in effect. This type of legislation overreaches into local government's purview to ensure the proximity of the people who are supposedly serving our communities best. And by removing that proximity, and not just the proximity, the power of the local government to encourage and to ensure that for itself, I think is a drastic overreach for this General Assembly in this body. And so I would encourage you to vote against it. I do understand the opportunity the localities still have as it relates to incentives, but telling local governments and political subdivisions what they should or should not do that could be in the best interest of their communities is wrong. And it is something that should stop. And so for those reasons, sponsor, I cannot support this legislation. I hate it that they did it to Shelby County, and I think that's terrible for this body to keep going into our county, into our community, telling us how to govern. And I think it's terrible that any of us in Shelby County would support that. And I hope that you all will not take the power away from your own counties and your own local governments, because that's not why we were sent up here. We're sent up here to serve, not overreach. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Chairman Vaughn.
I appreciate the members' endorsement of my bill. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Just to clarify, I'm not endorsing this bill, and you'll be getting a red from me on this one. And I encourage other people who want to ensure that your local governments and your local communities have a say in who serves and who is getting a paycheck from your citizens and from your counties, that they have control about who that paycheck goes to, and ensuring that they live in your county or they live in the cities that you represent, and not somebody up in Nashville deciding for them. Thank you.
Chairman Vaughn.
No response. Thank you, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And the sponsor actually addressed two of the main issues that I had. But I do have a statement, because I'm still not comfortable with taking that type of discretion out of the hands of the folks that pay these people, the county commission or the city council. And my position has always been clear, which is that those who live under the service, with the consequences of the contributions of the professionals and who are first responders, that should include the families and those individuals who are getting the paycheck. I think that's where we get the better service from our first responders, is if they live in that community and are subjected to the same conditions and the consequences of what they're delivering, they and their colleagues are delivering, and their families should also be in that environment. So, and I appreciate you answering the earlier questions. Unfortunately, sir, I'm still a no.
Chairman Vaughn.
That troubles me greatly. My colleague from Shelby County, it hurts deeply that I don't have your support on this, but allow me to share what we're thinking about here, and maybe add a different perspective on it. And that is that many times, particularly with regards to first responders, entry-level pay, I think we can all agree, is not commensurate with what it is that they do for us. And so what this does, particularly in my community, which is right on the state line, it gives people the opportunity to perhaps work in Olive Branch or somewhere in Marshall County, which has a lower base cost of housing than it does in our community. This is meant not to restrict locals' ability to hire, even though that is indeed what it's doing, to put requirements on their hiring. But what we're trying to do is open up the hiring pool to where there are more qualified applicants and who are able to participate in whatever quality of life or way of life or lifestyle they would like to, without it being dictated to that they've got to work within a certain geographical range. We have safeguards in place that they can be responsive to their job by what's in existing law that we're not touching. So that's what the purpose is. I understand your reasoning for not supporting it. I respect that. But all I do here is I make suggestions and you make decisions. So that I'm making the suggestion for you. Thank you, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, and thank you for that full explanation. The main point, once again, for me is that you said that the local bodies can offer incentives. And I think part of that incentive package needs to be salaries and benefits. I think that's how you ensure that you're competitive with Tennessee and Arkansas, in our case, and with the other contiguous states around the great state of Tennessee. But you've been more than complete and thorough with your responses. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. Some of the challenges, being an individual that worked in emergency services for 25 years with Shelby County, when we passed this legislation, some of the unforeseen consequences that come out of this legislation is abuse of sick leave, because individuals now live outside or possibly outside of the state lines. Also, how some of these departments handle their sick leave policies. Like some of these departments, they will actually drive to an individual's house to see if that individual is actually in his house when he's taking off sick. If a person works for, let's say, Shelby County Fire Department and they live on the Tennessee River, financially, it might not be feasible for them to drive 3 hours or 2.5 hours to check to see if that individual is actually convalescent in his home versus out somewhere, having a party on the river. And so what you end up with is the individuals that do actually live within the confines of Shelby County or the city of Memphis, they're the ones that end up getting checked on when they take off sick. But the people that live outside of Shelby County are the ones to get the free ride and get to, use and abuse their sick leave. The other issue is this, and you alluded to this, an individual that lives in Marshall County or somewhere else. And let's speak to those members that are in East Tennessee along the Virginia border or the North Carolina border. When we pass policy like this, we are then taking monies that are generated in Tennessee and we're sending them across the borders and building other communities outside of our state. And that creates an issue for us because we're not an income tax state. We're a property tax state. And so that means that those tax dollars that could have been kept in our state are now being taken out to other states and building up other communities, building up a middle class in these other communities. So this legislation is truly problematic, and there has been nothing. As a matter of fact, I think that with Memphis Police Department, we still have the same amount of individuals that we were under in filling those positions. We're still at the same number or more actually than we were when we tried to pass this legislation before. And so unfortunately I can't vote for your legislation because for the biggest part to me is to drain on the Tennessee taxpayer dollars that are going to be going to other states, that surround us. You have any response for that?
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you. And Representative Parkinson, you and I had a fierce debate on this when it came through with regards to Shelby County. So I appreciate the consistency in your arguments that we're rehashing some of those. What I would point out would be is without an expansive hiring pool, or when we expanded the hiring pool and offered people the ability to make lifestyle choices, I would hate to see what the deficit in officers would be today if we hadn't have made the move, because we don't know whether it would have been worse. And you and I know that Memphis has its special challenges that is unique, I think, through the state with some of the issues that we're going through right now. I think other people experience it, but maybe not to the magnitude that we're experiencing it. So I understand your the consistency of your argument, but I do think that, and it's a hypothetical, but what would it have been had we not changed it? Would it have been worse? I would have to say that it probably would be. And so I'm hopeful that we can continue to build on this. And I want all the forces for first responders in Shelby County to be full of qualified individuals.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think our population in Shelby County is, where are we at, 952,000, somewhere around there? Almost 1 million people in Shelby County. And in the metro area, 1.2, I think, million. But we should have qualified people in that 1.2 million people that can fill these jobs, I would think.
Chairman Vaughn.
No response. Again, I appreciate the member's consistency of his arguments.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2205 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take, Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 76, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 2205 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Representative Haston, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but we had a member that was nice enough to share with us his meal tonight. It was a real 5 loaves and 2 fishes situation. Just Chairman Rudd, thank you very much for sharing with us around here.
Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 820 by Representative Travis, a resolution relative to the World Health Organization.
Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 0820.
Excuse me. Chairman Travis moves adoption. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, the amendment's been filed.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to everyone, happy tax day. This is a resolution that calls for the elected U.S. representatives and senators representing the state of Tennessee to take all steps necessary and reasonable to end taxpayers' funding of the World Health Organization, the WHO. This resolution further urges the President of the United States to reject the creation of any policy, law, convention, or regulation, whether through amendments to the international health regulations or otherwise. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Travis renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman, you are recognized where you want to go. Chairman Zacharies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 24 nays.
House Joint Resolution 820 having received a constitutional. Previous question prevails. Sorry, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 820 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 23 nays.
House Joint Resolution 820 and received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare adopted without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2117 by Chairman Powers relative to the protection of private property rights. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2743.
Chairman Powers moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2743 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2743 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage of Senate Bill 2743 on third and final consideration. Second, Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we passed a bill which became Public Chapter 479, which prohibits the state or any local government entity from adopting or implementing policy recommendations that deliberately or inadvertently infringe on restrict private property rights without due process, as may be required by policy recommendations originating in or traceable to the United Nations. Senate Bill 2743 authorizes an individual who believes that a political subdivision has violated present law to bring a private right of action in court and competent jurisdiction. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you. First of all, this bill seems like it's rooted in a conspiracy theory. So I just want to kind of get some clarification to things referenced in this bill. You reference Agenda 21. Can you tell us a little bit about what is Agenda 21?
Chairman Powers.
Okay, Agenda 21 is it's a non-binding action planned by the United Nations many years ago with regard to sustainable development. It's a product of the Earth Summit, which is the UN Conference on Environment Development. That was held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1992. It's an action agenda for the UN, other multinational organizations, and individual governments around the world that can be executed at local, national, or global levels.
Representative Jones.
And what is your opposition to the Sustainable Development Goals? Is there a particular thing in them that you're objecting to, or what is your opposition to the Sustainable Development Goals?
Chairman Powers.
Yeah, this bill actually, it was a bill that we passed last year. It's actually, our opposition is actually to the restriction of private property rights when those goals that the UN has passed that has come down that restricts private property rights of people in Tennessee.
Representative Jones.
So do you feel like the Sustainable Development Goals are a violation of private property rights? What are your concerns about it? I'm just trying to understand what are your concerns and how does it relate to private property rights? Can you explain a little bit?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, well, a lot of the, let me just mention one thing here. We're going to have like an annual audit because some of the private property rights in some areas, I'll take Hamilton County, for example, that they're trying to pass some local laws that deal with this UN, the Agenda 21, and that would restrict private property rights in that particular area. The bill that we passed last year just didn't really have any teeth into it, and it didn't give anybody a right of action when they were trying to restrict the private property rights based on what those goals are from the UN.
Representative Jones.
So you believe that the local governments are somehow working with the United Nations, a international organization? Do they meet here and where do they meet in Nashville? How are they working together, local governments, and coming up with these strategies? Also, has the United Nations contacted you about this bill, or just trying to understand the root of this a little bit more, Representative Powers, if you don't mind talking about that?
Chairman Powers.
Yeah, well, what had happened when the whole Agenda 21, they had different other organizations really that filter down to the state and the local level that to carry out this Agenda 21 project. And so, for example, in my area, they had at one time Plan East Tennessee, and that was what they were trying to do too. And it was to limit the private property rights of certain people in the East Tennessee around the Knoxville area, and actually in one of the counties that I deal with. So that's when it first came to my attention that they were trying to do that. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the private property rights of Tennesseans are not restricted in any way.
Representative Jones.
So what you're telling me is that the United Nations, which is made up of countries all around the world as leaders, was passing some type of law for your county here in Tennessee. Did the United Nations General Secretary tell you about this? Who told you about this, Representative Powers? And where is there some documentation that United Nations is trying to pass regulations about your county? It seems kind of strange to me. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, United Nations have several different organizations that can be traced back to it that come down to the state and local level. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with anything else global other than what we're dealing with here. And that's why we passed the law last year that became Public Chapter 479, was to keep the United Nations, to keep them from enforcing any law that was contradictory to the U.S. Constitution or to our state constitution regarding private property rights.
Representative Jones.
I mean, with all the global issues of hunger, of war, of famine, I don't really think that the United Nations is really concerned about the private property rights in your district, Representative Powers. And so this just seems, again, a conspiracy theory. And so I have 20 seconds. I just want to ask you one more question, just to kind of get some clarity to make sure that we're on the same page. Is the United Nations in the room with us right now?
Chairman Powers.
You repeat that, please. I'm sorry.
Representative Jones.
Is the United Nations in the room with us right now?
Chairman Powers.
As far as I know, but if anybody is, if you'd raise your hand, if you're with the United Nations. No, apparently no one's here from the United Nations.
Representative Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the questions. By the way, Agenda 21 is sustainable development. I've said for a long time, what that really means is the confiscation of private property. That's what this bill deals with. And the reason is because there are alliances being formed between council, city government, and the United Nations. It's happening in this state. Now, if you don't think that that's the goal of sustainable development, then just send me an email and I will load you up with what they say, what the World Economic Forum says, and what the United Nations say. Just send me an email and I will load you up with what they say. And they don't make any bones about it. They say their program is to make sure that in the United States at some point, 75% of all the land space has not one human footprint on it. I didn't say that. They said that. That's their goal. This bill tries to stop that, and it says it's illegal in Tennessee for you to form alliances or take money or grant money or anything else from organizations that have a sustainable development goal or Agenda 21 goal. This puts a little teeth in it, and I certainly appreciate you dealing with this.
Chairman Powers.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. You're exactly right, and you know, well, you've had to deal with it, and so have I too. So I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor and colleague for the comments. The United Nations formed in 1945 after World War II to literally help nations to prevent some serious problems that we face, whether that be fascism, poverty, and I talked to you through the sustainable development goals that were mentioned. But I'm really struggling with this legislation because to what was mentioned, I actually am a big supporter of the protection of property rights, the protection of land, the prevention of ecological devastation, the importance of lakes, rivers, streams, soil, and all these things being protected, which is actually why I voted against a bill that you all voted for related to eminent domain and who had the right to use it, because I truly believe in that protection. But this legislation does not and will not have any significant ramifications for the protection of property in our state. And it looks like, you know, the United Nations is becoming some sort of boogeyman for you, my colleague, and I don't understand why. We have such serious issues, and we don't have or need sort of amorphous ideologies to find what those issues are, whether it's dealing with our environment, dealing with gun violence, dealing with healthcare access and Medicaid expansion. We have such serious problems that we need to be active and engaged and working on, that making the United Nations into some sort of boogeyman out to get Tennessee property, like, doesn't seem to address. And part of my challenge is I'm working with some rural communities on, for instance, gas pipelines and people using eminent domain to literally try and take their property, right? Like, that's a real serious proximate issue that I'd want for us to deal with. So I'm perplexed, really, by this attempt to, as you mentioned, put teeth around some legislation that really isn't having real ramifications in our community. And so I'm not going to support this legislation. I'm concerned about how the United Nations is being brought up in our state government and local government as if they're like out to get people when there are wars going on in Sudan. There's fear of over 10,000 people dying due to not having access to healthcare and to food. There's the war in Gaza going on. There's so many things happening on an international scale that the idea that somehow we need to prevent the United Nations from working in Tennessee is even being raised to the point of being on this House floor seems pretty absurd to me. And so for these reasons, I cannot support this legislation. I do think there are things that we need to work on to protect property rights, but this is not one of them. Thank you, Speaker, sponsor.
Chairman Powers, anything?
I renew my motion.
Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Powers, I come from Hamilton County. You brought it up during your discussion. And I can assure you, it's not a bastion dealing with the what we a left-wing conspiracy. If you look at our county, I'm wondering if indeed you have talked with leadership in our county, if you have talked with citizens of our county. And, you know, I guess I'm trying to understand, is there perception that, I'll wait till you finish, if I may, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, he's here.
Okay. I'm trying to understand if you have talked with the leadership in Hamilton County, if you talk with a group of citizens in Hamilton County, that would lead you to believe that a conspiracy of this nature is taking place.
Chairman Powers.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate the question. Originally, I was dealing with it in one of the counties that I represent because it was a county that was surrounded Knox County, and it's one that I represent, and it started out there. That's how I first found out about it years ago. Actually, I had, as far as Hamilton County and the Chattanooga area, it was actually Chairman Hulsey that brought that information to me. And we were talking about this bill and the bill that I passed last year that restricted them from doing that, from taking over private property rights with any of these different organizations that were tied into the UN. And then Chairman Hulsey mentioned that they were trying to do it in the Chattanooga, the Hamilton County area, that there were some organizations like that, and they don't really have any way they can take grant money from the UN and do that and restrict their private property rights. So that was just one example that I was using. And he said that people had even called him and complained about him. So no, I didn't talk to the people from Hamilton County or Chattanooga, but he did, and he relayed that information to me.
Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I'm gathering correctly from what you're saying, is that this is more of a preventative measure of something that is believed to be happening from the UN that's happening in Hamilton County. Is that correct?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, I mean, you can apply for a grants through the UN to do this. And so my understanding is, like through him, that they had actually applied for a grant, and there was no repercussion for doing that because the bill we passed last year really didn't have any kind of teeth into it where you could have and that's what we're trying to do with this, where you could go back on that person and have some type of legitimate claim and be able to file a right of action, private right of action. So that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, that is a problem there, and we don't want that to be a problem for the whole state of Tennessee. So yeah, it's preventative for the whole state.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you're telling me that some resolution that's come forth from the UN is superseding U.S. constitutional law, state of Tennessee law, and that at the local level they are controlling through a grant what takes place in Hamilton County, which I'll say once again, is not a bastion of what's, this type of mindset that you're speaking of.
Chairman Powers.
Yeah, yes, I understand. Yeah, it is not. And it was just, people that were contacting Chairman Hulsey, that they did contact and complaining about it because they were applying for a type of grant that was issued through that was tied in with this Agenda 1. And it would have restricted their private property rights. I'm sorry that you didn't hear about it. I probably should have come and contacted you, but I had already dealt with this in my district too. So I was very familiar with what they were doing and what they were trying to do. And we just don't want it to go statewide. You're right. But there are organizations that are tied and traceable to the UN that are doing this.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question. Okay, so what you're telling me is that there are individuals, there are groups in Hamilton County who are pushing this agenda.
That was your 5. Chairman Powers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are some people that are complaining that this is going on in Hamilton County. Yes.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2743, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member votes, any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 24 nays.
Senate Bill 2743, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most for series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2452 by Representative Leatherwood relative to immunization.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2452 on third and final reading.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized. Oh, sorry. Representative Leatherwood moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Chairman Hawk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In consultation with the sponsor, I move adoption of the amendment number 1.
Chairman Hawk moves adoption of personal amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 22 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill Amendment number 1 receives constitutional majority. It's adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this bill as amended, we're just simply moving the final checkoff on the recommended vaccines from non-Tennessee governmental entities to a Tennessee governmental entity. Right now, the current law says this will be done based on, recommended by the Center for Disease Control or the American Academy of Pediatrics. And we're just changing that to recommended by the Board of Medical Examiners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. And sponsor, you and I talked a little bit about this bill, and in a previous iteration, we agreed a little bit more. Taking away the Center for Disease Control or American Academy of Pediatric guidelines with a replacement of what's currently going to be in the law if this were to pass, which would be the quote Board of Medical Examiners, troubles me. Philosophically, I understand the desire that a Tennessee institution would be the one sort of promulgating rules that we would encourage as it relates to vaccines. But I do not believe, and I articulated this to you, that the Board of Medical Examiners would be the right avenue for that. They are not going to be the people that we call when it comes to cancer studies or the people we call with epidemiological questions. Although the people on the board are good people, a lot of them are doctors, it is not their responsibility to take sort of a broad overview of our healthcare and do the things necessary to ensure the safety of all of our constituents. And so that's why I'm against it being solely the Board of Medical Examiners whose recommendations we are looking at. The majority of their work, and you might have better answers to this, but the majority of their work has to do with licensing and has to do with complaints that may be coming about for practitioners, not our public health. Right? If you had a question about the health in your county or in this state, you would go to the Tennessee Department of Health. I would go to our Shelby County Department of Health, Dr. Taylor. I would not go to the Board of Medical Examiners. Right? Like, the problem you want to address, I understand, even if I disagree with it, but the means that this is using are the wrong means to address that problem. And I know several people in this chamber and the other chamber had challenges with your conversation regarding the Department of Health, but I do not think this is in the right posture to actually meet the need that you had articulated and that we have discussed, even though I might disagree with that version. And so for that reason, I would ask that my colleagues not support it and that you give this time to be worked on. And so I motion to move it to the table.
No problem. That's a proper motion, probably second. The parliamentary situation is Representative Leatherwood has moved adoption of House Bill 2452. Representative Pearson has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Leatherwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the arguments you made in opposition to the bill. I would hope that everyone would not vote to lay this on the table. This is a, frankly, pretty simple, straightforward bill. Some people have been overthinking it. The objective of the bill is to move the final checkoff, the final decision based on our law from a non-governmental entity to a Tennessee governmental entity. The Board of Medical Examiners are more than qualified to make these decisions. There's nothing in the bill that would keep them from just rubber stamping what other organizations recommend or say. So again, pretty straightforward. As it's written, it does meet my objectives with the bill. That was mentioned that it might not. And I would hope you would vote against laying this on the table. Thank you.
Parliamentary situation is Representative Leatherwood has moved adoption of House Bill 2452. Representative Pearson has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of the tabling motion, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 72 nays.
The noes have it. The tabling motion fails. Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Yep. Time's up. Time's up. If you want to have a parliamentary question, you can come down here and ask him why, but your time's up. All right, come on down. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the question is, the member had a little bit of time remaining when they presented the tabling motion. Why was that time forfeited? It's because the member brought forth a new motion that we had to go to, which is a separate subsidiary motion from the motion for passage on third and final consideration, which cuts off all debate except for the sponsor, which we've already gone through. So that is why we did not go back for that amount of time, is because they presented a new motion. Now we're back on the list for the motion of passage on third and final consideration.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Is there objection? We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2452 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 25 nays.
House Bill 2452, having received a constitutional majority, by the clerk, passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2165 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to K-12 education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1810.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1810. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton. Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1810 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passages of Senate Bill 1810 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill as amended requires a request made by a student to an employee of the student's local education or public charter school for an accommodation to affirm the student's gender identity to be reported to the school administration and to the student's parents. Prohibits an employee or an LEA or public charter school from knowingly giving false or misleading information to the parent of a student regarding the student's gender identity or the student's intention to transition to a gender that differs from the student's sex at birth. Authorizes the student's parents and the Attorney General and reporter to bring an action against a non-compliant LEA or a public charter school, and requires the court to award court costs, expenses, and reasonable attorney fees to the prevailing party. With that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I feel like it's Groundhog's Day in this body, because every week I come here on the floor and there's some bill bullying gay kids in our schools. I don't know why. We could be focused on expanding Medicaid. We could be focused on eliminating the grocery tax. We could be focused on so many of the pieces of legislation that all of you have brought to the floor this session. And instead, we're bullying gay kids. Why? Representative Littleton, I have a question for you. How does forcing the school to reveal the identity of these children improve the educational outcomes for them?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like the parents they have the right to know what's happening in the school with their children. And I also think that possibly they could get that child some therapy that could help them solve their problems and make their way through school.
Representative Bain.
I don't even know where to start with that response. First of all, being gay is not a mental health condition.
Balcony, you have one warning. Next outburst, you're gone. Next one. Representative Bain.
Second of all, these are the most vulnerable kids in our state who are just trying to make it out of middle school alive. And we are weaponizing their identity instead of actually passing bills that help Tennesseans. I mean, did a family with a gay have you talked to a family in your district with gay children?
Chairlady Littleton.
No.
Representative Bain.
And did teachers in your district bring this bill to you because they felt like this was an epidemic of proportion?
Chairlady Littleton.
I need to, correct something I said. This is about gendering. It has nothing to do with gay children at all. This is about gendering.
Representative Bain.
I'm sorry. LGBTQIA children. Thank you for allowing me to present the whole spectrum of representation and belonging. But did school administrators in your district bring this bill to you because they felt like this was a problem?
Chairlady Littleton.
I have talked to several teachers that they do not want the responsibility of this, and they think that the parents should know what's going on inside the schools and with their children.
Representative Bain.
They don't want the responsibility of reporting these children?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They do not want the responsibility of trying to give them therapy.
Representative Bain.
I'm sorry. The bill, they don't want, you're saying that the teachers give therapy to these children on the LGBTQIA spectrum and that you're removing that responsibility from them?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm giving the responsibility for the teachers to make sure that the parents know, instead of them being the therapy, to let them get the child therapy themselves.
Representative Bain.
Okay, well, I'm sure my colleagues have wonderful statements, so I want to give the floor up to them. But once again, Representative Littleton, I know you care about kids, but please stop bullying LGBTQIA children in our state. Please, thank you.
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In no means do I think this is bullying. I think that the parents deserve to know what's going on inside a classroom with their children.
Representative Martin Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our 43rd president's first lady made this statement years ago, that your success as a family and our success as a nation depends not on what happens inside the White House, but what happens inside your house. And this bill is not about bullying any child or any individual. It is about empowering parents to know what is going on in the life of their children that God gave them and that they have that responsibility to raise. And when I read this bill, Representative Littleton, one of the questions that I have, it says that a teacher or an employee of an LEA cannot knowingly give false information regarding this space of gender identity, etc. Where in the code would we allow any LEA, any employee of an LEA to give any false information? When have we ever elevated that and said it's permissible to give false information? Is there a place?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not that I'm aware of, no.
Representative Martin.
Thank you. I didn't think we were in the business of perpetuating falsehoods among ourselves and among children. The bill also says that parents, that the student is required to
The parents can request that the administrator and the school administrator shall report the student's request to the student's parents. My question is, what information do we allow in our school system to be kept from parents with regard to their children? Do we allow their injuries? Do we allow their grades? Do we allow their bad behavior? What information do we hide from parents right now in our school system? I assume the answer is not much, if any, that we would keep from parents. Would you agree with that?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Totally. I agree with that.
Representative Martin.
Let me conclude by saying again what Barbara Bush said, that your success as a family and our success as a nation depends not on what happens inside the White House, but what happens inside your house. It matters not as much what happens in the schoolhouse as it matters what happens in your house. It matters not as much what happens in the courthouse as it matters what happens in the family's house. And it matters not as much what happens in all the wonderful do-better houses and all the charities that we have across our great state if we don't have strong homes where families, children are connected and accountable with their parents. For that, Mr. Speaker, I am very much supportive and appreciative of Chair Lady Littleton bringing this bill before us because it's about the parents and it's about their children. Thank you.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those comments.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sponsor mentioned that perhaps these students need to be in therapy. And I want to challenge that by saying that adults who use their power to target and marginalize and isolate and bully kids, perhaps they need to be in therapy. Perhaps there is some projection, perhaps there is something that needs to be examined where you use political power to target some of the most vulnerable students in our state, students who are already facing stigmas and being attacked by every other law we're seeing in this body, putting a target on them. And I'm so tired of hearing parents saying they want to leave this state because of what you all are doing. Shame on you. Last week, I met with the Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Levine, who talked about how states like Tennessee are creating mental health and physical health issues for children by laws like this. Laws that say, in this circumstance, Representative Littleton, if a student comes from a non-supportive home and they feel their parents won't support them, and so they go confide to a teacher and say, you know, I identify as transgender. And their home, they said, you know, if my parents know I could be physically hurt, you know, I could be kicked out of my house. Would that teacher be mandated to report to the parent, that student, under this legislation?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a child makes a comment to a teacher about accommodations for a transgendering, yes, they have to report it to the parent. That's what this bill does, because it's the parents' place to take care of their children, not the teachers.
Representative Jones.
So this is forcing teachers. It's not permissive. This is a mandate to teachers saying that if a student comes to share something with you because they don't have support at home, that you have to go tell that parent who may put that child out, who may force that child into a dangerous situation, even abuse, because they believe that this is some religious extremist diverges them from their belief. And you're saying the teacher has to go report that. And that's what my problem is that this representative gave a whole speech about going from the White House to the schoolhouse to all this foolishness. Well, if the schoolhouse didn't matter, we would not have a bill about the schoolhouse. We are forcing teachers to be reporters to parents about things that students are confiding in them because they don't have support at home. And my concern is really these students in rural counties, some of whom have emailed my office because of legislation that you've passed where they don't find support, where they don't have affirming spaces. And so they go to their classroom and they find a teacher who is somebody who they can trust and tell that this is what they're growing up through. And you're saying that teacher, if they don't report them to their parent, that teacher in that school district will be penalized. You're weaponizing the school district against some of the most vulnerable students in our state. Students who are already under the auspice of putting a spotlight on them because of every other bill we've seen in this chamber. Again, you can call it bullying, you can call it targeting, but really it is creating situations for young people in which their mental health will further be deteriorated, in which their physical safety will be further deteriorated, in which they may be forced into dangerous, non-scientific programs like conversion therapy, which the sponsor is advocating for. These things are wrong, and they're shameful. And so my question to the sponsor is, do you believe that this legislation makes a safer environment for young people and students who are LGBTQ? Do you believe that this legislation does that?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law says that if that teacher thinks that child is in danger, that she must call the hotline for DCS. So I don't think the child will be in danger. And if that teacher thinks that, instead of going to the parents, then that teacher needs to call DCS hotline and say that she has an endangered student, or the teacher has an endangered student in their classroom.
Representative Jones.
Again, this is not a real issue happening. This legislation does nothing to serve the interests of students. It does not serve the young people of our state. It serves no compelling, legitimate government interest except to target young people because we are weaponizing legislation to target a vulnerable community, and it's wrong. And so I'll just end by one more question, Representative Littleton. When you came up with this legislation, did you consult with any? I'll wait till Lambert's in the way, so I'll wait till he finishes giving you some talking points. Will you have a seat? Thank you. We have business. Do you believe that the parents who are? It's okay.
That's out. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, sponsor. Thank you, Speaker. And to the sponsor, we have to stop passing legislation that targets people who are LGBTQIA+. Tennessee should be a place where you can be who you are, be welcome, be loved, be cared for. And if, as one of my colleagues mentioned, that it is so important that you are responsible for what happens in your house, I don't know if you read this legislation because it's strictly about the schoolhouse. And the reality is we're turning classrooms into places that are going to be more dangerous for young people. There's legislation that has already said you can't ensure that teachers learn diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's legislation that says now you can't use an individual's proper pronouns or identify them in the ways that they want to be identified as people without there being some obligatory response that has to be given to parents or to the administration. This is not the type of state, this is not the type of school system that we should be encouraging. This is dangerous. This is dangerous legislation. And in a state where 1 in 8 children don't have enough to eat, instead of making sure that school lunches are free and school breakfast is free, we are trying to make it so that school is a dangerous place for kids to be. In a state where the gun violence epidemic is harming the children who are going into these schools more than anything, we're trying to make schools less safe with this type of legislation and the proliferation of guns in schools. One individual just mentioned that parents need this responsibility to care and take care of their children, and we don't have anything to do, in essence, with the schoolhouse. But parents have been prevented from being a part of certain conversations, to my colleague, particularly as it relates to guns. And so he wanted an example. Make sure before y'all start yelling. He wanted an example of where parents are being prevented from knowing information. Now there's legislation that's on the table, but legislation that will prevent parents from knowing which teachers have guns in their classrooms. And so we need to make sure that the hypocrisy and the hate of this legislation at least be consistent in how you're doing and how you're acting. I think this is dangerous, Representative Littleton. I don't think, and you even mentioned this, which is just terrifying. No one in your district who has a child who is LGBTQIA+ came to you and said, I want this bill. No child who is transgender came to you and said, hey, I want this bill because it's going to make me safer. So if you aren't passing or bringing forward legislation that is supported by the people who are most proximate to the problem, you are the problem. This legislation is the problem. We have a responsibility and an obligation to make sure schools are safe for children to learn in. And a part of that is to ensure that who they are and their identities are welcomed and are supported. And the reality is some children, you may not know this, some children do not live in the most supportive households. Some children go home to parents who say they have a mental illness because they're queer. Some children go home and they're told that God does not love them because they're transgender. You may not know this, but some people go to homes where harmful things are said to them because of who they are and how they show up in the world. And this legislation gives license for that harm. What type of people are we? I read this book, and I'm almost out of time. I read this book, and it says, what you have done to the least of these, you have done unto me. The people made least in our state have been the poor. The people who have been made least have been queer. The people who have been made least are Black and Indigenous and communities of color. The people who've been made least by our legislation are being further harmed. And that is catastrophic. And so you cannot have some moral compass of religiosity when your hypocrisy shows up in harming children who are the most vulnerable and are made vulnerable by the policies and the legislating and the actions in this legislature. And so, sponsor, for the children, not the teacher, but for the children who are concerned about their safety, about being transgender, about coming out or something like that, what protection does your legislation offer to them? What resources do you offer to them?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you for those comments.
Representative Brickham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call the question.
Question's been called. There's objection. We're voting. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Is any member which changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1810 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 23 nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1810 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare pass without objection. Motion for consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2704 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to children. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2929.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute form to Senate Bill 2929. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2929 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 2929 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came from the Second Look Commission, and as amended, it requires the Department of Children's Services, county medical examiners and chief medical examiners, and the facilities that perform autopsies to establish policies and procedures to prioritize the completion or final autopsy reports for fatalities of children in DCS custody or children who were the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Child Protective Services within 45 days preceding the fatality for children whose fatality resulted in an investigation of the safety and well-being of another child in the home. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2929, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 8 nays.
Senate Bill 2929, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2790 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to monitoring devices. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2654.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2654, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2654 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 2654 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, this bill clarifies that an existing Class B misdemeanor offense for knowingly tampering with, removing, or vandalizing a monitoring device ordered as a condition of bond and applies to all alternative monitoring devices as so ordered, creates a Class B misdemeanor offense for a person released on probation or parole to tamper with such monitoring devices, or for a person to aid, abet, or assist the offender such tampering. Establishes that if a person ordered to wear a GPS device tampers with the device to the extent that the device be damaged, the offense may be punished by a Class A misdemeanor. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question being called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on the bill. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2654 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Vaughn, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 15 nays.
Senate Bill 2654, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 855 by Representative Lynn, a resolution relative to nutrition.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 855.
Representative Lynn moves adoption. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor? Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Lynn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HJR 855 encourages Tennesseans to eat a healthier diet. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Lynn renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish that everyone could eat a healthier diet in Tennessee. Absolutely. I think one thing that might help that was if we were able to expand Medicaid so people had a physician to talk to about how healthy it would be. Also, if we raised the amount of dollars for SNAP benefits, because it's nearly impossible to feed a family on the SNAP budget anything other than heavy carbs, processed salty foods. It's not possible to buy fresh foods and all of those things when you are living on a fixed income or living on SNAP benefits. So I would like everybody to eat healthier in Tennessee, but I think there's some other work we need to do up here other than just saying it. We can make big policy choices that would actually enable families to do that.
Representative Lim.
Thank you for your support.
Any further discussion? Lear Lamberth.
Mr. Speaker, I just have an admission to make. Representative Rudd brought chicken wings today, and I'm going to declare a conflict and still vote on the bill, but I did have about 6 of the chicken wings, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 855 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, 5 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 855, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reconsidered is taken. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2475 by Representative Raper relative to truancy. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2127.
Representative Raper moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2127, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the passage of Senate Bill 2127 on third and final consideration.
Representative Raper moves passage of Senate Bill 2127 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Raper, you're recognized. Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill pertains to truancy in juvenile court. When a court has already filed an unruly for excessive truancy, many of these students will provide a large number of medical release forms or doctor's notes, which a school must accept based on current law. In many of these situations, the court would like more information and explanation, and that is due to the fact that the notes are questionable at best. In many situations. Upon request from the campus court or teen court, which I know every county doesn't have, doctors will be required to provide the requested information. Teen court will have to follow and comply with the HIPAA law, just as doctors and the juvenile judge does. It will be accomplished without adding any additional burden to a juvenile judge, which previously this was only accomplished through a subpoena. The bill will possibly correct many chronic absentee issues by being solved through teen court before ever reaching a juvenile judge. I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Raper renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate your legislation. You know, members, I just wanted to share something I seen happen in my community a few years ago. I seen a mother who was arrested for truancy. She had a special needs son, and she had told me, I think it was Nick Barris on Channel 5 aired the story. She was handcuffed, put in a patrol car, and hauled to jail. And she told me, she said, I couldn't get a doctor's note every time that he messed in his pants or something like that. It was just such a shameful situation. She had no school board member showed up for her, no advocate, and sad situation. But I appreciate your legislation. Appreciate you bringing awareness to this. Thank you, sir.
Representative Raper. Nope. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2127 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 99, no nays.
Senate Bill 2127, I received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed by objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1259 by Chairman Rudd and others relative to real property. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0795.
Chairman Rudd moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 795, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0795 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Rudd moves passage of Senate Bill 795 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Rhodes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Anti-Squatting Bill Act. And what this bill does is we have a serious problem in the country, and it's beginning to spread like wildfire, especially in neighboring states. We have people moving into abandoned properties and even properties that aren't abandoned. And it can take up to 2 years with legal action to get them out here in Tennessee. It could cost the property owner up to $50,000 or more, including damages, lost revenue. And at the same time, if they're paying mortgage, they have to keep paying the mortgage on the home. What this bill would do would shorten it to as little as 72 hours once the sheriff identifies the proper owner of the property through the Register of Deeds office. The property owner would go to the sheriff's department, fill out a form under the penalty of perjury if they lie on it. The sheriff will then verify that's the truth and verify they own it, and they then can proceed on to throw them out of the house or other property. This is a very similar bill. When I wanted to address this, I looked around the country to bills that have been passed. Recently, one has been passed in Florida that is very close to this and is based on it. That particular bill was also addressing a problem in Florida. All Democrats and all Republicans in the General Assembly voted for the legislation. They are currently addressing legislation similar to this in Atlanta. It has become an epidemic in Atlanta. It is also becoming a problem here in Nashville. It's been on recent news reports, as well as Memphis. And I have a fear it's going to spread to all other major sons coming in there, all other major cities in the state, especially after neighboring states pass similar legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Rhodes renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the sponsor, and I appreciate some of the things you're trying to do, but in Tennessee, we have a pretty high bar for adverse possession, correct? You have to literally possess a property for 20 years to have some sort of a ability to claim that as your own. And I know some of these squatter rights stories are talking about, the people that squat and then take claim to the property. I appreciate what you're saying, but I do think, and I have no issue with your bill, but I do want to say those other states you mentioned, they do not have a strong of laws on the books. And so while this is an issue in other states, I have not personally heard about this in my community. So I just don't want to give people the wrong idea that Tennessee has a major issue with this. This is other states that this is a problem. And so I just want to point that out because I appreciate the laws that are already on the books to address some of these issues you described. Thank you.
Chairman Rudd.
We actually have nothing on the books to anti-squatting. It is a problem all around the state. Here are some recent news stories. Squatters arrested after found staying in West Nashville home with children, WSMV, October 23. Tennessee residents beg city for help dealing with squatters. Something needs to be done. Fox News, June 12, 23. Squatters in Nashville arrested, say God told them to stay in $1 million home. Tennessee on October 25th, 2023. Donaldson squatters take over abandoned Evandale's restaurant. Fox News, May 23rd, 2023. City puts a stop to squatting at abandoned Memphis apartment complex. Fox 13 News, April 19th, 2023. There are virtually no laws on the books in Tennessee to prevent this. We do have laws on the books that prevent trespassing, but again, it is right now the judicial eviction is what course must be taken. They must hire a lawyer and proceed with this. If you call the sheriff and someone's in your property and they've changed the locks and they're swearing to the sheriff or law enforcement that they have a right to be there, that they paid the property owner, that they have an agreement, the police cannot throw them out. They don't know who's telling the truth. They would have to go to court at the expense of the property owner and pay for any damage. In the meantime, if you're paying a mortgage, water, taxes, all that has to be paid while someone else is in your property to avoid losing the property. So we actually have very weak laws in Tennessee, and this would strengthen it to help property owner rights.
Representative Powell.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that you concluded your remarks by saying we already have pretty good laws in Tennessee. And so a lot of those different stories you referenced were addressed in the current law. So again, I'll be supporting your legislation, but I just want to make sure that we point out we have pretty robust laws, and I don't want people to think that somebody can, with adverse possession, squat somewhere, then suddenly that property becomes their own because you have to occupy that for a number of years. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. As I've been out and about in my district the last few weeks, a number of people have brought this up to me. They're very concerned about it. They read the same news articles that you quoted there. I have a constituent who moved to Tennessee from California. He saw this happen firsthand in his neighborhood there, and he's just very adamant he doesn't want this to happen in Tennessee, nor do we. So again, thank you for bringing this bill.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to clear something up regarding adverse possession, because this has absolutely nothing to do with adverse possession. Adverse possession is a theory, and among many things, you have to prove to establish ownership of a piece of property, meaning you occupy it for a certain period of time. You have rights to do that. You become the owner after several years of adversely possession a piece of property. This is illegal occupation of someone's property that has nothing to do with any theory that leads to actual ownership of the piece of property. So I just want to make sure that's absolutely clear. There's no theory whatsoever regarding adverse possession that could lead to someone illegally possessing your property that has no business from being there. So Chairman Rudd, I really appreciate you bringing this piece of legislation, because people believe if they stay in a piece of property long enough, don't pay a dime towards expenses, they have an entitlement to that property. Here in Tennessee, this bill ends that, and I really appreciate you bringing this bill to make sure people's property are their property. So thank you very much for the legislation. I plan to support it.
Thank you. Leader Lambert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just echo the comments, Representative Garrett. I've carried several of these bills that were referenced by my friend from Davidson County. We've tried to trim down with some of these issues and tried to reduce the amount of time that would take a landlord to be able to go to court and get a squatter removed from their property. But in many of these instances, it still can take weeks, if not months, where a lawful landowner has to go to court and get someone removed from their property. This makes that process almost immediate. For those rare instances where you've literally had someone who has no ownership interest whatsoever, has no landlord-tenant issue whatsoever, they have just moved in. And so in that instance, this is a really, really good step forward. I wish we'd have been able to do it years ago. But unfortunately, until right now, we've not been able to take this exact step. So thank you for carrying the bill. It's a really, really good piece of legislation.
Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. A part of this bill does state that if you are a co-owner or a former owner or a renter with a past lease that does not apply, you would still have to take civil action there to protect that. We don't want to get in the middle of a squabble. But every protection has been taken. And I also want to express my sincere gratitude for the General Assembly on both sides of the aisle that have signed on. We have close to 70 co-sponsors, both Democrat and Republican, and it means a lot to me and the people of Tennessee. Thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to echo some of the things that have already been said, but I do want to clarify something else. Once again, this has absolutely nothing to do with adverse possession rights. Adverse possession is not necessarily a theory under the law, but an actual cause of action that's statutory. All the elements are spelled out in law already. This has to do with possessory interest in real property. And all we're trying to do is empower law enforcement to deal with a situation that currently they don't have the power or the authority to deal with. If you call a law enforcement officer out to a piece of property to remove a squatter from your property currently, they're going to tell you that that is a civil matter and you need to go through civil court in order to establish your rights to that property through a detainer warrant. This bill is necessary in order to cut that time limit down so that we can get immediate response, give the law enforcement the authority and the tools that they need in order to go in and get the possession back immediately for that landowner. So sponsor, again, this is necessary, and this is crucial piece of legislation. I'm proud to have signed on as a co-sponsor. Thank you for bringing this.
Chairman Rudd, anything? Pass. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 795 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member has changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, 6 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 795 having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Call up next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar.
Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1015 by Chairman Faison relative to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, on April 9, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 1015 for Senate Bill 915, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 1015 as amended.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur to Senate Bill Amendment number 1.
Chairman Faison moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for clarification, this is a bill that authorizes persons engaged in the business of towing and storing motor vehicles to remove firearms safely. And the amendment excludes a motorized bicycle from the definition of motor vehicle. Are we not going to allow them to remove firearms from a storage packet on the motorized bicycle?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From my understanding, what the Senate did is they wanted to clarify exactly what a motor vehicle was, and they excluded a non-gas powered bike from that. The earlier bill, the language is so broad that it would include a bike, and they're not being impounded, and they don't have guns typically on them. So this was just for actual motor vehicles, what the Senate did.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that clarification. I understand that they've removed that motorized bicycle, but I don't even know if motorized bicycles are being towed or not. But I guess my concern was, why would we not allow them to remove firearms from them, given that they would theoretically be more exposed than even in a motor vehicle? So thank you for that clarification.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurring without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1016 by Chairman Grills relative to Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, on April 9, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 1016 for Senate Bill 1501, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1016 as amended.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur Senate Amendment number
2.
2.
Representative Grills moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regard to House Bill 1016, this amendment simply changes the effective date to July 1st of this year. And this bill regards communicating a threat concerning a school employee, correct?
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's correct. And it also clarifies the definition of school property and expands that the student can be charged for communicating that threat.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change your vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 2 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurring without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1891 by Representative McCalman and others relative to children. Mr. Speaker, on April 8th, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 1891 for Senate Bill 2097, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1891 as amended.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this Senate amendment does is it adds some additional language to our social media with parental consent bill, kind of strengthening how we're defining companies, online companies that are not social media companies, and that's pretty much what this amendment does. And I would move to concur in Senate Amendment number 2.
Representative McCallum moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2. Probably second. Any discussion on amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is regarding the Protecting Children from Social Media Act. And my question on this with regards to the amendment is, we had clarified in the bill that content does not include interactive gaming or educational entertainment. My question is that exclusion still in the Senate amendment, or did the Senate amendment change that in any way? And if so, or if not, why?
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Clemens, I do not believe it has changed in any way. What my understanding is on the Senate amendment is that it actually went further to articulate that these companies are not social media companies and should not be included in this legislation.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. As far as protecting children online, and I understand that that may not include social media, but with regards to interactive gaming and so forth, there are dangers associated with that on those platforms. So I just want to make clear that that was not covered by this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. This may be a parliamentary inquiry, but where will we find the Senate Amendment 2?
Yeah, come on up. Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was where can members find these amendments on dashboard? They are both in the internal bill tracking system and the website. Since this was a Senate amendment put on a House bill, you would need to look up the Senate companion amendment when you look up the Senate bill, but they are available on the website. Also, an amendment pack is emailed to every member prior to session that contains everything that's going to be considered on both the regular and message calendars.
Representative Pearson, you have anything else? Was that it?
No, thank you, Speaker. Thank
right.
you, Clerk.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, nays 4 present, not
Senate
voting.
Amendment number 2, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 1945 by Representative Alexander. Mr. Speaker, we received a new message for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to recall Senate Bill 1945 for further consideration.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to return Senate Bill 1945 to the Senate for further consideration as requested.
Without objection, so ordered. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2103 by Leader Lambert and others, taxes, franchise taxes. Mr. Speaker, on April 11th, 2024, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House and the Senate obviously have very different views on how we should handle this particular policy issue. And with that, I move that we refuse to recede from our action and adopting Amendment number 1.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2151 by Representative Carringer relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, on April 10th, 2024, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate bill has a broader definition than our House bill. So with that, I would move that we refuse to recede from our action and adopt an amendment number 1.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2159 by Representative Barrett relative to obscenity and pornography. Mr. Speaker, on April 10th, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2159 for Senate Bill 2041, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2159 as amended.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment, the bill that we passed in this House says that there's a private right of action created for any violation of the criminal obscenity statute in Tennessee. The Senate amendment changes that to say that there's only a private right of action for any conviction under that statute, which essentially neuters the bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2312 by Representative Baum and others, taxes ad valorem. On April 8th, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2312 for Senate Bill 2172, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 2312 as amended.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that dealt with how trustees are to handle partial payments when someone owes money on their property taxes. The Senate added some clarifying language stating that court clerks are not the ones that accept these partial payments. That's just a clarification. And so with that, I move to concur with Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Baum moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Probably second discussion on amendment. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question was with regard to the amendment and the calculation of those partial payments. Does the Senate amendment change the definition or instruct us differently on how to calculate those partial payments?
Representative Baum.
It does not. The pro rata method is what is the method that we passed and the Senate did as well.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing, Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Is this amendment, and I'm just looking at this subsection 9, it says this subsection D does not authorize a clerk of a court in which a proceeding is pending to accept partial payment of delinquent taxes, interest, or court costs. And then it has a slight exception. Is that in this amended version?
Representative Baum.
That was the clarification that the Senate added, and I'm proposing we concur with it. It's just language that clarifies that court clerks are not the ones who are collecting these partial payments. It's the county trustee that would be.
Representative Pearson.
I get that, but why would we prevent folks from being able to do, say, partial payments as it relates to court costs? And the only thing that I'm thinking about, colleagues here, one of the things I'm thinking about is paying off court costs has been connected to voting eligibility and things like that. So why wouldn't we want to allow for that provision to exist?
Representative Baum.
This bill does not address court costs. This bill addresses partial payments for those who owe money on their property taxes. Court costs would be a separate issue. It may be something we want to allow partial payments for, but this bill addresses partial payments for individuals who owe on their property taxes.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Motion to reconsider is taken. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2472 by Representative Raper, relative to local education agencies. Mr. Speaker, on April 4th, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2472 for Senate Bill 2682, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2472 as amended.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that I rolled Thursday, and I want to clarify that the reason why I rolled it is due to transparency. I don't want this body or the state of Tennessee to ever think that I'm doing anything unethical, hiding anything under the table, nor the Senate in this case. And so I'm going to try to re-explain this again. In my amended version, I have defined an assault as defined in Tennessee Code 39-13-101. And then in section 2, I said assaulted, but I did not have the definition of TCA in there. And the Senate in section 2 wants to add that, and they want to say as defined in Tennessee Code 39-13-101 by a student of the employee's rights as a result of the assault. That's the only thing it changes. And I choose at this time to concur with the Senate.
Representative Raper moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Body second. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this legislation deals with employees' rights under the allegation of an assault by a student. Is that correct?
Representative Raper.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you rolling this last week so we could get clarification on the amendment that was being changed with regards to that definition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for rolling the bill and giving clarification. It's very good, rarely done, so appreciate that. My mom's been a teacher for 22 years. I actually broke up a fight between a teacher and a peer before while a student, and so this is something that I'm proximate to in that regard. Is the mandated 1-year suspension still a part of this legislation?
Representative Raper.
It is, yes, sir, unless anytime a director of schools has the option of waiving that or changing that sentence to any portion of that year that they choose.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, and articulated in this legislation isn't the alternative option for that student that will probably be suspended, say, for a year if you have a zero tolerance policy or something like that. It's not articulating where that student will go to get educated or anything like that in this legislation. Is that correct?
Representative Raper.
The option they have will be an alternative setting or virtual school. Those are the two options that I know of.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you. And protecting teachers, obviously, again, my mother's a teacher, is so extremely important to me. My only concern or most significant concern with this legislation is where the students end up. And we know we have a problem in some cases of truancy, and it really is a challenge when it comes to virtual school. Our virtual school is actually maxed out. And so the alternatives for education for children really do need to be a little bit better articulated if we're going to say that they are not going to have access to their school for a year. And just full transparency, I've had some kids in my district who were suspended, and it's called 180-day suspension, which is in essence the full year. And the director of schools ultimately, after a lot of conversation and the board getting involved, me getting involved, said, okay, that was a little too extreme. And this was students to student. But the school that they ultimately were assigned to, it would have taken them about 3 hours to get to school, right, in public transportation, because they were with an elder, they were with a parent, a guardian, a legal guardian who otherwise wouldn't be able to get them there. And so if we don't address how we ensure that that child still gets educated, even when something horrible like this happens, or even if there's a threat, I think under the new definition that you've articulated, the threat of bodily harm would fit under this. We are ultimately going to have children who are not in school, not being educated, doing things that we would not want for them to do otherwise. And so without those supports being articulated, I don't think I'll be able to support the legislation, although I appreciate the intent and know the need that we have to protect everybody in our school systems, including our teachers and also our students, as we talked about a little bit earlier today. And so we need to do way more here to do that. Thank you.
Representative Rayburn.
Renew my motion to concur, please.
All right. Any more discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor, Senate Amendment Number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 15 nays.
Senate Amendment Number 1 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2900 by Chairman Kumar relative to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, on April 10, 2024, Senate substituted House Bill 2900 for Senate Bill 2850, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2900 as amended.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Amendment Number 1 clarifies the fact that when international medical graduates who have secured a job in the state of Tennessee as physicians, before they arrive or when they arrive, that they have a valid U.S. visa for entry or they have applied for one, so that the license under Title 63 can be issued. Secondly, it also assures that the time of 2-year temporary license extends from the time that the person starts working, and not from the time that they apply. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar.
Move.
Go ahead, Chairman Kumar. Move to concur.
Yes, sir, I move to concur.
Chairman Kumar moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In your original bill, made it easier or provided a clearer pathway for foreign citizens to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee. Did the Senate amendment violate the intent of your legislation in any way to allow this?
Chairman Kumar.
At all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, not at all. This is the premise of the whole bill, and it stays.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor, Senate Amendment Number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 11 nays, 2 present, unvoted.
Senate Amendment Number 1 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the message calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 1489.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1489 by Representative Gillespie, a resolution to honor the memory of Officer Joseph Rusty McKinney of the Memphis Police Department.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with SJR number 1489.
Representative Gillespie moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1489, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? See none. We are voting on the board. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Lear Lambert.
Unfinished business. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. After concurring with the Minority Leader, I move that House Bills 2528, 1046, 2497, 2650, and 2318 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee regular calendar this week.
For the motion, any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that after concurring with Minority Leader, I move that House Bill 2215 and 2232 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee TASER calendar this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 2617 be heard in the Business Utility Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
All right, Mr. Speaker, and I will go through this one item at a time. We had announced last week that we'll be going under a modified flow motion today. And members, I move that all the following rules be suspended for the remainder of the 2024 legislative session. Rule number 17, so that all congratulatory memorializing resolutions can be placed directly on the next consent calendar. Rule number 49, the 48-hour rule, so that all bills moving from calendar rules can be set on the next floor calendar. Rule number 49, the 25 bill limit rule, so that more than 25 bills may be placed on the calendar for final consideration on any one day. Rule number 50, the 72-hour rule for posting the consent calendar, so that local bills and other bills and resolutions coming out of calendar and rules can be placed on the next consent calendar on a daily basis. Rule number 59, notice provisions, so that all bills from the Senate with messages can be announced and or automatically placed on the next message calendar. Rule number 67, so that committee and subcommittee meetings can be held at times other than those specified in the House weekly schedule and with less than 72 hours notice. Rule number 71, the 24-hour rule requiring all amendments to be available to members 24 hours before consideration on the floor. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that all bills reported out of subcommittee can be heard on the next full committee calendar without waiting a week. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that all bills reported out of committee can be heard in the next committee or subcommittee without waiting a week. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that items in committee and subcommittee can be placed on the next calendar notwithstanding the Wednesday 3:30 deadline for placing bills on notice.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. Is there objections? Clemens, you're recognized. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And rule number 60 has not been amended with this flow motion the way that it has previously. So my concern there is the fact with regard to the amendment filing deadline and the fact that we're suspending rule number 49. My question for the clerk is, under this situation, if we're in calendar and rules, the bill passes out and gets set for that afternoon's floor calendar. Let's say we pass, we have calendar rules at noon, we have a floor session at 2. What is the bill filing deadline for a floor amendment for that 2 o'clock floor session?
That's a parliamentary question that we have to come up here for. Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was the effect of this flow motion on the amendment filing deadline. This flow motion does not affect the amendment filing deadline despite when committees meet. The amendment filing deadline, if this were to pass, would still be 2 o'clock prior to any floor session, unless the floor session is on Monday, which would be noon on Monday.
Chairman Clemens.
Well, given the impracticality of that we won't know what's coming to the floor until the calendar of rules meets on any given day, it's going to prevent any timely amendments from being filed, most likely. So then that leads me to another parliamentary inquiry, and so we'll just have to approach again.
All right, come on back. Chairman Clement. Oh, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was when will amendments be accepted for bills coming out of full committee? Once a bill comes out of full committee and is in calendar and rules, then the clerk's office will accept personal amendments.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, it was for floor amendments, just to specify. Once they come out of full committee before counter rules, it's floor amendments can be timely filed.
That's correct.
Okay, then at this time, well, we need to vote on this first.
Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Yep. All right. Any objection to the question on the FLOMO? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Ms. Clerk.
Aye, 70, 26 nays.
Flow motion passes. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend Rule 60B1 of the Permanent Rules of Order of the 113th General Assembly for the remainder of the 2024 session.
As a proper motion, probably seconded. There is objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of suspending 60B1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays.
Motion fails. Unfinished business. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hang on just a moment.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consulting with the minority leader, I move that House Bill 610 be heard in Finance Subcommittee regular calendar this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Criminal Justice Committee scheduled for tomorrow is canceled. It'll be announced for next week.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, since we closed down the Business and Utility Subcommittee, people have been asking me if we could get the band back together. And I don't know if you just heard, but a bill has been referred to that subcommittee. So we will be meeting. The Business and Utility Subcommittee will be meeting on Thursday at 1:00 p.m. in House here in Room 1. Look forward to seeing you then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the great alma mater of Representative Jones and Representative McKenzie is going to have the commencement on May the 6th, and Al Roker and Deborah Roberts will be the commencement speakers on May the 6th. If you're in town, please stop by.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I probably should have done this in welcoming and honoring, but I just wanted to announce that today is Jackie Robinson Day. On April 15th, 1947, Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color barrier when he made his historic Major League Baseball debut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And backed by popular demand, we've heard the cries from across the state. Yes, we're going to reopen the Commerce Committee immediately following the Business and Utilities meeting, subcommittee meeting on Thursday. So immediately following the 1:00 B&U sub, full Commerce will meet. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Representative Sparks.
Sorry, Speaker, I should have put this under welcome and honoring. Just wanted to welcome or congratulate my wife
Representative Sparks, go right
on our 35th year anniversary yesterday, and I meant to mention it earlier, but anyways, congratulations to my wife and me, 35 years. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 92 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April 12th, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024.
Without
I had one
objection,
job.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024.